Right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first Women Quantum Programming Workshop. My name is Hosseini. I'm a professor in electrical engineering department, and we're really happy to have you here with us. We are expecting more, so we will start shortly. I'll probably start right now because we are really short on time, and there are a lot of things that is happening today. So just again, if you haven't done that yet, grab a box of lunch, start eating, you can listen. Make sure you grab one notebook and a mug and sign up your name so we can use, so you agree that we can use some of the photos we are taking here on the website as well. So let me get started. This is going to be the first workshop on quantum programming that we have here at Purdue. This effort is supported by DoD primarily, and also Microsoft and IonQ as well, and qubit. So what we have here at Purdue is what we call IQ Park. I'll explain in shortly what do we mean by IQ Park, what is the idea behind that. And IQ Park, these are the faculty members who are involved in that, Professor Mykhailova, who is here today with us, and Professor Carlson as well. And we also have students, number of students at the leadership as well, who are managing some of the things we do here in the context of quantum game club activities that we have, which again, I will explain what do I mean by that. The purpose of this IQ Park is to bridge the gap between quantum industry and education, and also teach the students at different levels how to interact with these quantum machines, how to be creative, how to basically write your own program on quantum machines. So let me just tell you what I mean by quantum computing, what is the idea there, why you want to do that. This is a very generic example that probably most of you have heard already, but I will go that through again. So let's go through this problem, this salesman problem, traveling salesman problem. If you are selling a product and you want to go through different cities and sell that product, you may want to consider optimizing the route such that you take the minimum distance going through different cities here and there, right? And if you do have, let's say, around 14 cities, the number of routes that you want to go through would be around 10 to the 11 route. Right. So if you do have, let's say, a gigahertz processor that you want to calculate, you want to optimize, go through all different possibilities and see which one is the shortest path. So you can go through that to save on gas and increase your profit margin, right? Then you will, your processor, if you do have this 1 gigahertz processor, the question is how long it would take. It would take like a second, a minute, a day. And the answer is that for a gigahertz processor, it would take about a minute or slightly over 1 minute, because it can do 10 to the 9 processes per second, right? But now, if you increase the number of cities to 22, you have 10 to the 19 routes, and that would take around 1600 years to solve that problem, right? A relatively trivial problem, but as the size of the problem increases, the computational power you need to solve that problem exponentially increases. These type of problems are called NP-hard problem. And obviously you can say, oh, what if I have 28 cities I want to go through? Then it would take longer than the lifetime of the universe for a very rudimentary kind of algorithm to go through this different optimizations. So you might say, oh, okay, I'll just use a better and better computers. I use a supercomputers, right? Or I'll just pack more and more transistors inside my phone or inside my computer to increase the computational power, right? Again, this is something that you are probably familiar with. Moore, co-founder of Intel, came up with this kind of a scaling law, saying that the number of processors, the number of transistors per chip exponentially increase as a function of number of years, right? So you can follow that and make some extrapolation that what's going to happen in 2025, for example. How many of these transistors can we pack in a given size? And that means how much computational power you're going to have as a result of that, right? And if you do that extrapolation, you see that the size of the transistor would be the size of a single atom if you continue going at the same speed, reducing the size of our transistors, right? And at that point, that you hit the wall. You cannot pack more transistors per given area, right? And other types of physics come in, because now you're not dealing with classical computation anymore. You have a single atom transistor, for example, that could have some quantum properties, and you need to consider different kind of physics there as well. So, as I said, this type of problems I mentioned are called the NP-hard problem. These are the type of problems that as you increase the size of the problem, the computational power you need exponentially increases, right? And at some point, you cannot really use classical computations to solve these problems. And a lot of those examples you can find in optimizations as well. And quantum physics, on the other hand, tries to redefine the computation, right? The idea here is that, can I find a different way, a different idea, different physics to redefine this computation to do some of these problems in a way that I can also scale up my computational power exponentially with the number of transistors I'm using in my computer, right? That is the idea. And some of these ideas have been proposed by many. And one of the early ideas was proposed by Peter Shaw, who is at MIT. And he suggested that if I build a computer that relies on quantum processing power, then I can solve NP-hard problems. So this is a typical transistor that you might find in your cell phones, right? Your phones typically have about 1 billion of these, and you can do relatively fast processing, right? But we are now at the point that we can make a single particle or single atom transistor, and this is one example of that, right? When you go to this regime, if you can control this environment of this transistor, you can go from this classical regime of computation to quantum regime of computation. In this regime, you do have a transistor, it's either on or off, right? It's called on bit 1, it's called off bit 0, right? I have bit 1, bit 0, I have many of these, and then I can go through different probabilities, possibilities. As I increase the number of transistors, the computational power linearly scales with the number of transistors I have. In this case, I can rely on the laws of quantum physics that my transistor can be 0 and 1 at the same time. It can be digital and analog at the same time. It can have both of this. So for n quantum transistors, the number of bits of information that you can have, possibilities that you can try, is 2 to the power of n. Right? So your computational power exponentially grows with the number of these quantum transistors that you have. Right? So imagine I have 1,000 of this type of transistors, everything is connected, nicely working together, right? Then you can store 10 to the 1,000 bits of information. And this is larger than the number of atoms in the universe, right? In other words, if I want to store all of the information, right? If I want to store that much information, I cannot do that with the classical computer because I need to build a computer made out of all of the atoms in the universe, right? But in a quantum sense, you only need 1,000 in principle, right? Obviously, we are not there yet, but it's very interesting to think in that direction. Right now, there are many companies and many research groups around the world who are trying to build these quantum transistors and quantum systems and quantum computing systems here. This is called Quanta is one, IBM is one, Google, Microsoft, D-Wave, IonQ is another one as well. And today you will hear more about the hardware side of the IonQ from one of our speakers, and also we will hear from someone from Microsoft as well about programming aspect of this machines too. So yes, we are not there yet. We don't have 1,000 qubits, 1,000 transistors working all together, but we still have reasonable number of qubits that are connected. We can do some preliminary computation using these systems, but we are not at the point that we say, oh, we can build a real computer out of this and beat the classical limit. And you can say that somewhat, but not for some practical applications and problems. Try to wrap up quickly. So this is, if you look at the history of classical computation, right? So you do have, you have Mark I, you have ENIAC, these are, and the transistor arrived in 1950, 1960. And then after that, things quickly changed, right? And then we talked about quantum network, and then was like this digital revolution changed our life. And now we are at the point that we have built some of these transistors, right? And now we are thinking about personal computation, right? How can we personalize? How can we bring this technology to people, right? That will change that. So the idea here is that we are probably somewhere here now, right? In terms of the computational power we have. And in a decade or so, or more than 2 decades, hopefully we can beat that limit and go over the limits of classical computation and see some of the advantages that we have here. So if you look at here, you have the calculation power per second per $1,000, right? We are not asking you in this community to help us improve that part. We are asking to help us improve that part. The calculation per dollar. What do I mean by that? So if you look at the history of this, how digital technology evolved, right? The computation, or the idea of computation, started from back in 19th century by Charles Babbage and Ada Lovelace. The red names are women who contributed to this digital revolution in 20th century. And then we had analog computer by Vannevar Bush. We had Mark I, and many other things that happened along the way, right? But to me, kind of the turning point was somewhere here in 1970s, where some of these communities, such as Hacker Club, some of these game communities, started to use this digital technology and this transistor-based technology to personalize computation, right? And that had a big impact in how things evolved, because industry realized that this is something the general public are interested in. And that came personal computers, iPhones, and things like that happened after that. Because before that, people thought, oh, everything is going to be on the cloud, so we need to focus on that, right? And again, this is one example of that. The TR1 radio was the first transistor-based electronic device that was built here in Indiana. And then after that, people use these kind of devices, build their own hardware and their own software, and kind of show the industry that general public are interested in that. And some of this development started by developing games. So this is one of the early games, Tennis for Two. And then after that, one of the most influential games was a Spacewalk, where people started with 2 dots on the screen, without keyboard, without mouse, right? Something very easy. You don't need to do any hard computation, but people just tried to have fun with it, right? And after that came Atari. And then this Xerox PARC, and that's what IQ Park refers to. Xerox PARC was a place in 1970 that took this idea, that basically saw a value in personalizing technology. And after that came the laser printing, the Ethernet, the modern personal computers, mouse, and many other things. And kind of caused a big revolution in the field by personalizing this technology. And what we do here as part of this community, we're trying to start a quantum game club. And we are providing this material, including, so we have this student organization. You will hear about that more towards the end. We have bi-weekly meeting. We provide free pizza. We have a summer scholarships that we give to students to write their own program, games that you can develop, put online. Having access to these quantum processors on cloud is very expensive, but we allocated close to $300,000 on this for students to have free access to these machines and just have fun, write your own program, right? It's a very great opportunity we have here at Purdue. You don't see such opportunities anywhere else. So I encourage you to get involved in that. And even if you have ideas that you can write a game or whatever interface that you want to have an intellectual property on that, we can help you kind of publish that as well. I want to stop here because I talked too much too fast. And I'll now let Zainab to kind of lead the discussion and introduce other speakers. I'll be here, sitting here, I'll walk around, and also I'm happy to discuss with you if there's any question about what we do here. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, yep. Can you hear me okay?
Here's the IonQ quantum processors.
Hey everyone, I will share my screen. Are you able to enable participant screen sharing just so I can share my screen?
Now you should be.
Okay. All right, can everyone see my screen? Excellent, I will get started then. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to all for joining today's workshop. I specifically want to thank Madi and Dong Yang and Purdue and everyone for making this event possible. My name is Sarah Kreckemeyer, and I am a senior mechanical engineer at IonQ, and I am just thrilled to have the opportunity to speak about IonQ's quantum computing systems, as Madi said, on the hardware side of things, and get into the details of the technology with everyone today. So today's presentation is going to start at the 100,000-foot overview of computing, a lot of similar overlap to what Madi talked about with Moore's law, and then dive into the nuances of the various systems that make up IonQ's quantum computers. So we'll start off with a short segment on classical versus quantum computing, ultimately just as a segue then to discuss the trapped ion architecture, which IonQ uses for its quantum systems. And then the majority of this presentation will dive into the details of the hardware, which involve the optomechanical systems, the control electronic systems, and then the software systems that all work in concert to power IonQ's quantum computer. And then I'll just wrap up with a few details about IonQ as a company and some of our capabilities, because I know that the club has access to IonQ's hardware, and so just want to talk a little bit about some of the capabilities. So a little bit about me. I have been with IonQ for the past 4 years, working as a mechanical engineer on the hardware team. And I've been incredibly lucky to work on many aspects of the hardware design, from the large enclosure, which I will show later on in the presentation, all the way down to custom optomechanical assemblies that can fit in the palm of your hand. I work on most aspects of the system design through their entire life cycle, so that starts at high-level system requirements, basically starting at the atoms and the ions, then going into subsystem, ultimately down to component requirements, then transitioning into detailed design work, which involves analysis, testing, iteration. Ultimately, when the designs are done, we move into procurement, assembly, characterization, then ultimately deploying these systems into the computer. And so my focus over the past year specifically has been very much in the optomechanical realm. And so while optical systems are in IonQ's computers, the mechanisms which enable quantum behavior of the computer, you'll see that this presentation does go into a reasonable amount of detail about those optomechanical requirements and constraints. Prior to joining IonQ, I worked briefly at a healthcare company in the Bay Area, and my undergraduate degree is in mechanical engineering and business from University of Virginia. In my free time, I love creating art, whether that's painting, drawing, playing music on guitar or banjo, and then just staying active. So this is similar to kind of what Madi was talking about with Moore's law. Let's take a look at where classical computing is today. The example of the traveling salesman problem is a great one for quantum computing, in that there are some problems that classical computers just cannot solve in a finite amount of time. And those are problems with many, many different variables that all impact one another. So you can think of either the traveling salesman problem, or say a financial forecasting model that has tens of thousands of interdependent variables. The time to perfectly model all of the complex interactions and optimize those for all variables just cannot be completed without either imperfect approximations or just not being able to complete the problem with today's computing problem. So as many of you know, Moore's law describes how computing power doubles roughly every 2 years, ultimately as a function of how many transistors can be fit on a single chip. And for the sake of not repeating too much information, and as transistors get smaller, you get closer to the size of an atom, and they don't behave classically. And so Richard Feynman said famously in 1959 that there are these really unique opportunities for designing circuitry when you operate with atoms at a small scale. So basically, the properties of quantum mechanics that exist at this subatomic level can be exploited for significant advancements in computing. So most of the audience today is probably familiar with the elements of classical computation. The fundamental unit of information is the bit, which is represented by either a 0 or a 1. And quantum computing differs from classical computing in that the fundamental unit, known as the qubit, can be a 0, 1, or this complex combination of both at the same time, which is known as superposition. And superposition is one of the elements of quantum mechanics that is really important for enabling quantum computers to perform the way that they do. So classical computing bits on one hand are discrete, while quantum bits on the other hand are continuous. And so this continuous representation of the state of the bit is represented by what's called a block sphere, which you can see on the screen with this spherical image. The north and south pole represent the pure states of either 0 or 1, and then the interior points, which are represented by a vector that goes from the center of the sphere to the surface, represent the mixed stages, which basically it's the superposition states of 0 and 1. And essentially it's a polar representation of that complex number, which is the superposition quantum state. So the ability of the fundamental computing unit in a quantum computer to be both a 0 and a 1 simultaneously allows for the quantum computer to have exponentially larger computing capacity than its classical counterparts. And so the true power of quantum, we talked about superposition, that's one aspect. The real power is in actually the interaction between qubits, which is known as entanglement. And so at a very basic level, entanglement ties the information between one qubit to another. And it's what makes qubits more powerful in storing and calculating information compared to classical bits, which are not only discrete, but they cannot be tied to other bits in the circuit. And so quantum computing, as a result, is then very well suited for problems that involve parallel computation or optimization problems like the traveling salesman problem. So the bits in classical computers are physically represented by small amounts of electrical current, which are combined in transistors to create gates and to run calculations. In the architecture and the structure that IonQ uses for trapped ions, the qubits are individual atoms, and they are combined in the same way that electrical currents are combined in transistors by laser beam interactions, which basically input states onto those ions. And that is what allows the gates to be run and calculations to be completed. And so what makes trapped ion quantum computing architectures unique in comparison to classical computing or even superconducting quantum architectures is the reconfigurability of the circuits. So because we're shooting individual laser beams at ions, you can choose which lasers you turn on and which ions you point to. And that's analogous loosely to, in the classical world, a field programmable gate array and how we can tune for different applications without needing to change the hardware. You basically just rewrite the firmware or the software and you have the fundamental architecture that can be very scalable or reconfigurable. So considering the limitations of Moore's law today and today's classical computers and their computing power, you might be wondering what's next. So in order to revolutionize computing, there needs to be this paradigm shift to kind of step away from the classical realm and move into the quantum realm. At IonQ, we are developing powerful and scalable quantum computing systems, which use individual isolated atoms as their fundamental computing bits. And so in this presentation, I'm going to be getting into the details of how IonQ uses trapped ions for its quantum processors. So before getting into the subsystems at a very conceptual level, I want to kind of take a step back and look at this picture of an old ion trap lab. Not everyone on this call is familiar with what an ion trap quantum system looks like. And I like to show this photo because it's kind of crazy. It's maybe 10 years old and it's from the lab of Chris Monroe, who is one of IonQ's co-founders. So for scale, you have a few grad students and the room is maybe 10 meters in length along into the screen direction. And so this photo contains all of the things that are necessary to build a trapped ion quantum computer, both from the hardware side of things, but then also the folks that build it and run it. And so by the end of this presentation, my goal is to get you familiar with the different aspects of the system and how we've kind of moved from this lab environment to something that's much more commercial. So I like to start when talking about IonQ systems by first focusing on the ions, which are the heart of the quantum computer. They are controlled and configured by IonQ's custom ion traps, which you see an image of on the screen. And for a number of reasons, ions are highly desirable for building a quantum computing architecture. For one, all qubits are exactly identical to one another, which is beneficial for the interchangeability of qubits if we want to add qubits onto the chain or swap qubits in and out, as well as the repeatability, reliability, and ultimately the performance of the quantum computations that can be run with these bits, because inherently they're perfect. We call them nature's qubits. And then once ions are prepared in a stable state, which is a term that I will go into more detail on with the optical systems, the ions remain in this state for a very long time. So they're consistent and they're stable, and that's hugely important as algorithms are run over long periods of time. They need to be reliable. And this consistency is one of the drivers for one of the most reliable atomic clocks that uses ions. The image shown on the screen is of IonQ's trapped package, which is highly scalable in terms of the number of high-performing qubits that can be used. The performance, I want to take a little pause here because the performance of a quantum computer is not entirely tied just to the number of qubits that your system has, but rather in the performance and the quality of those qubits in their own right, and how easily entangled they can be with other qubits for a given calculation. And so at IonQ, we use a term that is called algorithmic qubits to kind of give a proxy for not only the number of qubits we have, but how high performance they are and how well they can be connected with other qubits in the system. And so that is, I'm not going to get too much into the physics behind all of that, but it's not just about how many qubits you have. So the bow tie image on the screen is of the ion trap. And if you look at the center, there's this glowing piece, which is the quantum zone. And above that quantum zone, we can load many chains of ions. We can separate them and merge them with really high reliability. And you might be wondering, what does this mean? What do other ion traps look like? Basically, it allows for more high quality ions to be loaded on a chip without performance losses because they can be moved around in such a repeatable and reliable way. And ultimately, the goal is to network multiple sets of chains together to then further increase the computing power of the systems. So now that we've looked at the ion trap, we can take a step outwards and start looking at the optical systems that are needed for trapping an ion. So at the heart of the computer, the quantum computer, is the vacuum chamber. And inside of that vacuum chamber is the ion trap. Now, the vacuum chamber has a number of optical viewports so that different laser beams can be aligned to the ion trap. And these laser beams are used for the various processes needed to run a quantum algorithm. So basically, a quantum computer or trapped ion quantum computer requires three main optical subsystems. And when I say optical subsystems, I'm referring to laser beam systems that deliver beams and interface with the ion trap inside of the chamber. And these optical systems must be precisely aligned and controlled using sophisticated software, electronics, and control systems. And ultimately, the harmony of the hardware with the software is what enables high fidelity quantum algorithms. And so the structure of this presentation breaks out optical, control electronics, and software, but please understand that this is something that is very tightly meshed and highly integrated. So the first system is known as the ion initialization system, and its purpose is to load ions in the trap, prepare the qubits for the quantum computations that will be run. And it's also responsible for creating the ions, cooling them, which I'll get into detail on that, and finally preparing the qubit states so that they're initialized all at the same atomic energy level prior to the computation. The second subsystem is known as the gate computation subsystem. Once the qubits are loaded and initialized in their ground energy states, laser beams from the subsystem are used to precisely manipulate the qubits' energy states. And qubits are used to store information that is essentially encoded by the laser beams. And then finally, the computation readout system is used to collapse the states of the qubits in order to read out the quantum information that they were storing. And this system relies on photons from the qubits to read out their state. The stability of all of these optical systems is essential for high performance of the quantum computer, and the system as a whole must be robust to any types of external disturbances like vibrations, thermal gradients, acoustics, and a lot of design and analysis goes into stabilizing and building these systems. So jumping into more details about the ion initialization system, the ion trap and its connected structures are installed inside of an ultra-high vacuum chamber, which further isolates the ions from the environment. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to get into the details of ultra-high vacuum, but just know that it provides a very stable environment that is clean and free of noise for the ion trap. We ionize ytterbium atoms to produce our qubits. And so in order to ionize a ytterbium atom, a laser enters the vacuum chamber through a viewport and then strips an outer electron from the atom. This is known as ionization. And for context, all of this is occurring right above the surface of the ion trap, which is at the center of the vacuum chamber, roughly. Now, once the electron is stripped away, the atom is ionized and positively charged. And beyond using ytterbium, which I pointed out on this slide, we recently announced our plans to use barium as another qubit variation for our computers. Because the qubits are positively charged, they're able to be held over the ion trap using electromagnetic fields. And I'll be getting into some more details about how this works on the control electronics and software side, but basically to visualize how the electromagnetic fields hold the ions in free space, I want to focus on the images in the upper right corner of the slide. So imagine a tennis ball sitting on a saddle. If the saddle spins around really, really fast, the tennis ball can't roll off the sides. And so the same principles are applied at a much, much smaller scale with electrodes in an ion trap to hold many qubits in an ion chain. Once the ion chain has been loaded, lasers with precisely tuned wavelengths and frequencies are aimed at the chain for Doppler cooling. And this is used to freeze, I'm putting this in quotations because we're not referring to dilution refrigerators or near 0 Kelvin temperatures. I'm talking about freezing the energy of the motion of the ions. We want them to be perfectly still on an atomic level. So in order to visualize Doppler cooling, imagine trying to stop a kicked soccer ball heading through the air by throwing tons and tons of tennis balls at it from the opposite direction. Basically, the laser beams from Doppler cooling function as the tennis balls that impede the motion of the soccer ball, which is represented or represents the ion. And then additional lasers are used to modify the energy states of the qubits, so they're all initiated at 0, and this process is known as optical pumping. Pivot to the gate computation subsystem. After an ion chain is trapped and initialized, quantum algorithms can be run. And so for this optical system, laser beams are specifically tuned to excite the ytterbium qubits from their ground energy state to their excited energy state. So individually addressing beams focus on single ions, while global beam simultaneously shines across the entire chain. They're coming in from opposite directions. The interference pattern of these two overlapping light waves allows the qubit's energy states to be manipulated. And I'm not going to get into the atomic and molecular physics, so just trust me on this at this high level that we're discussing it. So any phase difference between the interfering beams degrades the quality of the quantum computations. And so that's an important note that I'm going to cover in a little bit more detail in an upcoming slide. So I often think of the quantum algorithm as playing a song on a harp, where each string is a qubit, and by playing multiple strings together and producing a chord or a unique sound, you're combining the vibrations of the strings. And the analogy here is that the vibration of the strings are the micro motions of the ions that then get entangled to one another. And so ultimately the song that gets played on the harp with plucking all of these different strings together is the quantum algorithm that's run. And so one benefit of using the trapped ion approach is what we call the complete connectivity between qubits in the ion chain. And so I mentioned this when comparing classical circuitry FPGAs, trapped ion quantum architectures. Basically, every qubit is able to interact with every other qubit because they're not physically wired to one another. And so that's what this graphic shows in the top right corner of the slide. You can have connections made between every single qubit in your chain. And that's because of the individual addressing with the laser beams and the control systems that allow that type of interaction. Ultimately, this means that trapped ion quantum computers don't need to have as many qubits compared to a less connected qubit architecture, and this produces higher fidelity results. All right, so now we're going to go to the last system, which is the computation readout subsystem. Once the algorithm is completed, the result of the computation is read by shining a laser across the entire chain and then measuring the light that is emitted by each qubit. Shining the resonant laser collapses the quantum information stored by the qubits and then forces them into a 0, ground, or 1, excited and glowing energy state. So the qubits with the excited energy states produce more photons that can be measured by a detector. And one of the challenges that's associated with this type of system is the collection of light from the ion chain. So as a result, the system needs to be very precisely aligned to collect as much light as possible. And there are a lot of clever tricks that can be used to do this. So now that we've gone through the optical modules for trapped ion quantum computers, I'm going to transition to some of the challenges associated with optical systems before transitioning to the control and electronics and software. So each beam entering the vacuum chamber must maintain pointing stability, intensity stability, and beam quality. And these factors are necessary for high fidelity quantum operations. So misalignment, also known as pointing errors of the beam, must be minimized so that the beam is actually shining precisely on the ion. We're talking about ions, they're very small. And so having both the position and the angle properly tuned so that you have perfectly overlapping paths is critical. The beam power, also known as intensity, must be stabilized. And lastly, the beam should not have any optical quality issues that arise from imperfections in the delivery systems. So examples would include wavefront errors, astigmatism, defocus, just to name a few. So if you've been counting, there have been 6 different beams that enter the vacuum chamber and that are aligned to the ion chain. And in a perfect world, the incoming beams would not have any interaction with the environment. It'd be like a cow in a vacuum, and they'd have perfect stability and quality. But the reality is optomechanical elements and supporting mechanical infrastructure are needed to deliver the beams from the lasers ultimately to the ion trap in the vacuum chamber. So as a result, the optomechanical design seeks to perfect pointing stability, intensity stability, and beam quality. Now that we've discussed the optical requirements of a single beam, I would like to discuss the requirements of the 2 beam paths from the gate computation system that overlap at the ion. The global and the individual beam paths point at the ions from opposite directions, and the resulting interference pattern between those 2 light waves must be kept very stable. This is known as interferometric stability, and it's determined by phase differences between those light waves. So misalignment of the beams degrades the stability if they're not both pointing at the ion. Any wavelength changes in the laser beams due to the laser output instability impacts both the phase and the frequency of that interference pattern. And then of course, optical path length changes as the beam gets delivered through the systems and comes to the ion lead to micron level disturbances, which again impact the phase of those overlapped beams. And so the interferometric stability of 2 beams leads to improved quality of quantum computations for trapped ion systems. And as a result, the optomechanical design and systems seek to optimize interferometric stability. Now, after looking at the different subsystems on a conceptual level, you might be wondering what an actual optomechanical system looks like. And so this slide highlights a few different architectures. The left image is a lens assembly like you might see on a camera, telescope, pair of binoculars. And then the right image focuses on beam ray tracing through free space optics, which have lenses, mirrors, beam splitter cubes, irises. And fundamentally, the design of either of these types of architectures starts with the various optical pieces that convert the beam output from the laser into the properties and the configurability that are required by the ions. So when I say properties, I want you to think, what's the beam diameter? How far apart are the ions? How many ions are there? How should we address them? And so the optical elements kind of convert a laser output, which is standard, to what you need at the ions. Now, imagine those optics are floating in free space. It's then the optomechanical design to mount these, adjust them, and then isolate them from environmental disturbances and give the necessary degrees of freedom that allow for the software and electronic systems to do optimization, automation, and calibration. Now recall, at the heart of the quantum computer are the ions, and the various lasers must be precisely aligned to those ions in order to control them and produce the high-performing systems. This is why there's such an involved focus on optomechanical design considerations, because fundamentally the optical systems are what are implementing the quantum mechanics of the computer. And so ions are very small, they're very sensitive to disturbances, and the precision of the beam at the ion level is on the order of microns. It's highly precise. And so when designing these systems, there are a lot of questions to consider. I'm not going to get into all of them, but basically at the end of the day, like, how do you design for performance, for scalability, and for reliability? Once the high-level goals and requirements are finalized, the design process for these complex systems involves a lot of handshaking between all of the different engineers, but most specifically between the optical and the mechanical side of things. And so there's a prescription that gets determined by the optical engineer that says these elements will be used to convert the beam to how you want it at the ion. And then the engineer, the mechanical engineer, goes back and starts thinking about what knobs need to be turned, what kind of tolerance needs to be done, what kind of dimensioning, what materials, everything basically is in pursuit of high fidelity operations. And so there are many ways to distill those high level requirements down into how the subsystems are built. And so throughout this design process, it's very important to identify which subsystems in which elements in those subsystems are most sensitive, because it helps inform which design architectures to use. And so maybe on the previous slide, you want to have that free space setup. Maybe you want to have it in a subcell. Maybe you want it in caged optics. There are various ways to implement and mount the different optical elements. And so that's why this, there are a lot of considerations and a lot of back and forth when assessing the most critical elements of the system. And so ultimately, the goal of the optomechanical design is to minimize what we call noise sources in the optical system, such as vibrations, acoustics, temperature fluctuations, anything that degrades the optical performance, because that directly impacts the fidelity of the operations in the quantum computer. And so there are two approaches to this goal, and they're definitely not mutually exclusive. You can reduce the transmission of noise sources, such as using active vibration isolators, or you can reduce the system's sensitivity to noise sources, such as matching coefficients of thermal expansion. The second is much more of a design philosophy, but both are important when doing design. And so I've listed some best practices. Of course, it's not all inclusive and it's very much dependent on application, but this is just a list of considerations that often factor in. So now I spent a lot of time diving into the nuances and the details of the optical systems, which make the quantum mechanics at the ion possible. However, without the control electronics and the software, there would be no way to control, monitor, optimize, really do anything with optical subsystems, which are needed to do the preparation, manipulation, and readout of the qubits. So in the realm of control electronics, there are three main areas of focus. You have hardware design, FPGA firmware, and production. Hardware design focuses on building the circuits, both analog and digital, designing them into boards, and then integrating the boards with various other components and housings and interfaces. The FPGA firmware focuses on implementing and programming control loops and logic that pair with various components in the optomechanical systems. So to kind of make that less wordy, I want you to think of a lens in an optical system that needs to be dynamically adjusted based on intensity measurements of the beam somewhere that are a proxy for performance of the system. The FPGA firmware would then come into play. And so this whole area of FPGA firmware encompasses the digital to analog, analog to digital conversions, as the signals are passed between the hardware electronics and the control systems. And then lastly, production focuses on planning for upcoming development efforts, managing materials and fabrication, and then ultimately testing, characterizing, and deploying the control electronics in the systems. And so PCB fab is one of the common elements of production. And so there are a number of things to consider when designing and fabricating a PCB. One of those is working with the fab house to make sure that they can meet your specifications, weighing material considerations to ensure that the board is in acceptable environment conditions. Is it possible to assemble this board in-house, or does the fab need to do that? Where does the board go when it arrives? Is it going to be in a larger chassis interfacing with other electronics? Are there custom cables that are needed? A lot goes into production that then factors back into design. So it's this back and forth kind of play. It's not all just designing circuits. And so you may notice that the various functions of the control electronics, software, and hardware all have considerable overlap. And so this is representative of just the engineering development work at IonQ is highly cross-functional and collaborative. This diagram provides a simplified outline of the system architecture. So we've already gone into the optical systems. We can now see how the control architecture plays into those systems. And while not explicitly shown, I like to think about the software as the web that connects all of the nodes of the system and is completely pervasive. Of course, the orange arrows can be your software lines that run or your cables, but software is just pervasive and everywhere in how we run our systems. And so I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about the pulsar subsystem, coherent subsystem, and then the trap RF subsystem. The pulsar is the main control system, and it controls the trap digital to analog converter, the trap RF, and the coherent subsystem, as well as other ones that are minor and not listed. And with software, it provides the real-time control across all systems. So the signals sent out by this system are used for automation and in order to rapidly move between jobs of sending out signals to different, kind of like the motherboard sending out signals to other boards. This system uses high-speed RF switches, and so clocking and timing concerns are exceptionally important. So for example, if the pulsar system needs to modify the coherent program to change its parameters for updated automation, it would use FPGAs and DDSs to have real-time high-speed communication with high-quality signals to interface with all of the different areas. And ultimately, I like to think about the pulsar as the conductor and communicator with many of the connected control systems. The coherent subsystem helps create waveforms for the laser, and those are used to control the gates. So I want you to think back to the analogy of the harp and plucking the different strings to create a song. This was the analogy for how gates are run and how trapped ions are excited using lasers. The coherent system are the hands that play the harp and control how and when different lasers shine on different ions over the duration of the algorithm. Because radio frequency signals are needed, the phase, amplitude, and frequency must be precisely controlled with very high signal to noise, hence the need for direct digital synthesizers, DDSs. And then ultimately, the firmware, electronics, and the receiving device rely on digital to analog converters in addition to the FPGAs and DDSs to allow the system to operate. So this is just an example of how both the control electronics and the software are used to change the frequency of the laser beam using an acousto-optic modulator, or AOM. So basically the AOM is a device that receives a laser input beam, and the frequency of that beam as it exits the device is modified based on the RF signals which are sent from the coherent system to the AOM. And ultimately that impacts how we tune and adjust things at the ion. Now remember, the pulsar is at the top telling the coherent system to do this. The digital instructions include amplitude, frequency, and phase information. And this is in what I call software land, or the digital world. And then those are converted by low noise custom digital to analog controllers. And that then directly interfaces with the hardware. The trap deck and the trap RF systems send voltages to the ion trap to allow it to create the electromagnetic fields that trap the ions. And just for the sake of time, given that we looked at this tennis ball and saddle analogy, the trap RF system ultimately is what allows the electromagnetic voltage fields to be spun very, very quickly and to hold the ions in the trap. And so the images here kind of show the breakdown of electrodes on the trap and then this spinning saddle function that holds ion chains. Now, software is tightly coupled in all areas of hardware and electronics, and I'm just going to briefly summarize that here. So software is the orchestrator of all hardware, which basically consists of the optomechanical and the control electronic systems. And so software keeps the system tuned with device calibrations and stabilization. This includes tuning for ion trap fields, aligning beams to the ions, and then correcting for any drifts or transients in the system between jobs. Now, once there are ions, the lasers need to be calibrated. And a simple analogy to understand what it means to calibrate lasers: if I want my flashlight to shine on you as you enter a dark room, it's a lot easier for me to wait until you're already in the room and then sweep the flashlight around to find you, rather than to make sure you enter the room in the exact same position every time. So in this analogy, you entering the room are the ion entering the trap. And of course, the flashlight is the laser beam, which is used for all of the state preparation, gate computation, all of the different things that we talked about previously. Now, compiling circuits involves implementing different quantum gate types and then managing configurations of qubits in the ion trap. And so there's extensive software effort that goes into this, which I won't get into, again, for the sake of time and my lack of deep expertise in that area. Then once ions are loaded and calibrated, jobs can be run. So running jobs requires what's known as pulse shaping for the gate computation system for tuning the laser interaction with the ion. So think back to the AOM that I talked about. You're sending in a sinusoidal signal to tune how the beam is adjusted. This is an example of pulse shaping that's done for the different elements of the quantum algorithm. And so basically the quantum circuits are a series of gates which are coded as those analog sinusoidal waveforms. Then finally, software is used to read out the state measurements after the computation is completed, return the system to idle, and then load a whole new series of analog waveforms for the next job. And so I like the image at the bottom right, which visualizes how the whole alignment process works. The left graphic shows individual beams which are grossly misaligned from the ions, which you kind of see from those dashed white lines. But using classical optimization allows you to adjust the beam position and the angle to optimize alignment to the ions. And there's a proxy and a measurement tool that takes data that then feeds into control loops, which uses software and controls and ultimately comes back to the hardware. So as I mentioned before, software is pervasive throughout the system and involves many different languages for the different functionalities. I'm not going to read through this list, but it gives context to what our software stack involves. Now, remember the image of the ion trap lab. This is an actual image of one of IonQ's quantum computers. Building the trapped ion quantum computer still involves many of the same elements that you saw in the old UMD lab photo, but what's changed between now and then is the development work to scale this technology to make it available to users like people here and to solve increasingly complex computations. So we spent a lot of time looking at the details of the engineering required for IonQ's quantum processors, but just taking a step back, IonQ's mission is to build the best quantum computers to solve the world's most complicated problems. The trapped ion architecture is crucial for high performance, for scalability, and for full connectivity. After decades of research, the company was founded in 2015 by Jungsang Kim and Chris Monroe, and we've since grown to almost 100 employees. The headquarters is in College Park, Maryland, and we are hiring. In October of last year, we were listed on the New York Stock Exchange and became the first publicly traded hardware and software company in the quantum computing space. IonQ is also the only hardware system that is available with all major cloud providers, which include Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud, and Microsoft Azure. There have been a lot of exciting developments recently, specifically with our recent announcement about the barium qubit technology, which I mentioned previously, and I encourage everyone to check out our latest press releases and look at more details about our technology roadmap, because there's a lot of exciting stuff that comes out, which feels like, almost on a weekly basis, you see these exciting announcements. And so before I wrap up, I do want to touch on some applications that can be made possible with quantum computing. IonQ recently partnered with Hyundai on their initiative to develop new variational quantum eigensolver, VGE, algorithms to study lithium compounds and their chemical reactions involved in battery chemistry. A lot of words. Basically, chemistry simulation is expected to improve the next generation of batteries by improving their charge and discharge cycles, with the goal then as improved performance, cost, and safety of those batteries in electric vehicles. And so quantum computing is best suited for chemistry problems because it exactly simulates the quantum mechanical phenomena that occur with chemical interactions. And so any simulation that's done at this level on a classical system is just an approximation. And so the pharmaceutical industry is very similar to the battery chemistry application because they're both looking at molecular interactions, and those interactions are comprised of quantum mechanical behaviors. There's no better way to simulate this than actually using quantum mechanical mechanisms in a quantum computer. And so the pharmaceutical industry can similarly benefit from quantum computers with the improved capabilities that could help facilitate drug discovery, on much faster timescales without long clinical trials, or error-prone modeling if there was a desire to model the chemical interactions. In the financial realm, IonQ released a paper in collaboration with the Fidelity Center for Applied Technology to demonstrate how its quantum computers can outperform classical computers in generating high quality data, which is then used for testing the classical models. And so it was found that the quantum machine learning algorithms that validated the financial models performed exponentially better than the classical counterparts. The bottom line basically is that quantum computing can lead to superior financial modeling, and the principles of this work can essentially be applied to any industry that deals with complex systems with many correlated variables. And then because quantum machine learning was used in this Fidelity paper, other applications that use classical machine learning could benefit from quantum machine learning as well. And so that could be self-driving cars and other smart robots. Lastly, here is a picture of the team in New York when we rang the opening bell on the New York Stock Exchange on the day of our IPO. It was a really wonderful opportunity for the whole team to go up to Manhattan and stand on the stock exchange floor to celebrate the years of hard work and the shared success. So just wanted to share that before wrapping up. And with that, I want to thank you all for your attention and interest. And if there is time, I know that we've got another presentation coming up at 1. Maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
So much, Sarah, for the technical talk. If you have any questions for now, we can take them within like 5-10 minutes, or we can just switch to the virtual questions too, if you don't have any. That's the Q&A session. So for now, for the questions to Sarah.
So feel free to ask any question you have. So I think what Sarah covered was more about the hardware side of the IonQ platform, about the quantum computer, and they have made great progress in that sense. And this is not the only platform. There are other platforms out there. You can build these single atom transistors that I mentioned. And this is literally a single ion transistor. They're building many of these. And Sarah mentioned a lot of interesting applications out there and a lot of engineering challenges. And I'm sure some of you have come from the engineering background, and you can see how you can contribute to some of the challenges that they have in the technology. But if there's any question on the software, on the hardware, or how to get to this industry, please feel free to ask Sarah, and I'm sure she would be happy to answer that.
Limiting factor for it getting more prevalent in the industry, or do you see them more people like criteria with the economic side?
Yes, I think, did you hear Sarah?
Were you able to hear the question?
I was not able to hear it.
So I think the question was.
Oh, we can't hear you though. We can't hear Sarah right now.
So I think the question was, let me repeat the question, and then you can increase the volume there so everyone can hear you. I think the question is, what are the economic aspects of this technology? How do we see this have an impact from the economic point of view? And maybe you can comment on that a little bit, Sarah?
Yeah, so I guess like thinking about the quantum computing systems from an economic point of view, in one realm of economics, you do have this ability to do financial modeling and forecasting. And so I think in that realm of economics, there's obviously an impact there with how we can improve how we do budgeting and forecasting. But then, of course, on the economics of scaling these systems, how much they cost, like what power they consume, I think, you know, today's supercomputers are extremely powerful, but they have massive, massive computational power suck that they pull in. And so I think it's hard to make an analogy between like number of qubits or algorithmic qubits, whatever you want to define, and like an analogous parameter in a classical system. But I think the power of quantum and like the economics and how it scales is really that once you have the architecture in place, if it's a scalable architecture and you can continue to add high performance qubits to it, you can get increases in computing power at very, very low cost, especially if you can network them together between systems. And so ultimately that's the goal and the roadmap of what we're doing at IonQ. And so I hope that answers your question, like in the economics, and that there are impacts to the financial industry with modeling, but then also with the right architecture, scalability, and the performance and cost side is highly favorable.
I can go. Hi, Sarah. Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is, how do you think quantum computing can be used for, let's say, like particle physics or like quantum physics research?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think, so again, like I do want to give a disclaimer that like my applications at IonQ are not as much on the theory and the application side, but I think in your question about modeling quantum physics and doing those types of simulations, I think that the similarity there is in how there are benefits to the pharmaceutical industry and this battery solver where you can simulate quantum chemistry with truly quantum mechanics. And so I think there could be similar benefits if there are algorithms or problems that need to be set up on the quantum physics side of things to actually have that running on a system that can purely replicate those behaviors. I think that would be a huge benefit. I don't have specific examples of like quantum mechanics applications in mind, but I think quantum chemistry simulations are a derivative of that. And I think you have a lot of benefit from being able to do those types of computations on a system that can fundamentally replicate how the behavior is.
Yeah, if I can add to this a little, my name is Joel Gottlieb and I'm from QCI. There was some work done actually at Purdue University a couple years ago with a group in the physics department at tracking particle tracks through a particle detector. In that case, they used the D-Wave quantum computer, but the IonQ quantum computer would be just as perfect of a machine to try those problems on. So I think that's what you've hit on there is it's a research area that's coming, and we're actually everybody's looking for applications. So maybe you yourself will be able to apply one of those. These machines are all good for this kind of work.
Yeah, thanks, Joel, for adding that. Great context.
I think we have another question.
So I was just curious about like how you use lasers to connect the ions and entangle them.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, and I can speak to this more so than some of the applications questions on like the physics and optical side of things. So basically what you have when you're entangling information states between qubits is like, let's imagine a chain of 4 ions and you shoot lasers from both directions at those 4 ions. And the interference pattern basically is set up and programmed in a way to excite to tune the spin of the ion to have it go from its like ground state to its excited state. And there's a very repeatable path between the ground state to the excited state and back. And basically what happens when you address 2 ions at the same time is that you introduce these micromotions and these energy states with the ions. And at the quantum level, the information state between entangling both of them with the laser beams at the same time allows the information to be held. And that's kind of where I will be totally honest, like my ability to get deeper into an explanation of the quantum physics side of things definitely tapers off. But essentially what you're doing is you tune lasers specifically to move the ions from their ground to their excited state. And then the micromotions and the energy that's held by both of them are tied together. And so that is how, at a high level and without a PhD in atomic and molecular physics, how the entangling works.
I just wanted to
maybe I
add.
just comment a little bit on that as well. So when you have these ions are electrical particles, they are charged, right? So this Coulomb interaction, they talk to each other, right? So there's also these optical transitions as well. So by exciting the ion, and also by exciting the ion, you are changing the energy level of the ion, right? At the same time, you give the ion a kick because it absorbs a photon, right? If the ion moves, it grabs the other ions with it. So it's kind of, there's this interaction that if something happens to one ion, the neighboring ions would feel it. So that's how we can roughly understand where this entanglement comes from. But I'm happy to stay around and like talk on the whiteboard a little bit more on that.
And I wanted to add one more
Any
thing.
other question from the audience in the room, and then maybe we can take one question or two questions from the Zoom as well. Sure. Yeah. Maybe.
Can I make one point for Sarah, for the students, if I might?
Okay, so Sami Alajlouni asked that question. So what is the typical IonQ system size for the same computational power? What is the size different compared to classical computers?
Yeah, so that, are you guys able to hear me okay? Okay, excellent. So I saw that question in the chat, and that's a great question. And it's hard to kind of answer in terms of like, what is the size difference compared to classical computers? Because obviously you have supercomputers, you have laptops, you have high performance PCs. The size difference, I think, so on our website, we have a picture of kind of like where we're scaling technology and how big it is now and how small we expect it to get. And there's an image that shows the representation of like a person standing next to the system. And so roughly I'd say like that enclosure that I showed of one of our systems in the lab at College Park, it's roughly, I would say, 8 feet tall, to give you a sense of scale. I, for confidentiality reasons, can't explicitly say the exact dimensions, but it's a big box that a person stands up and is like, maybe 70% of the height of that box. And then comparing the computational power of like what we have now versus an analogous classical system, that one is tough to answer. I know there was some exchange in the chat about this, and I'm happy to look into that more and maybe get back to the person who asked the question, unless of course Joel or Madi or anyone that was chiming in about this in the chat wanted to kind of give their context.
That's a really hard question.
Thank you so much, Sarah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think this was really great, and I think we all enjoyed your presentation, and we hope to kind of be in touch, and hopefully it would be, if the students have any questions, I hope you don't mind that they would reach out to you. And
yeah, please. Yeah, my email is my last name at IonQ.com, so you guys can reach out to me there if you have any follow-up questions. But yeah, thanks again for this opportunity and for everyone for tuning in and asking great questions.
Now we are switching to another speaker, who is Mariia Mykhailova, who is the principal software engineer at Microsoft Quantum. We'll be talking about cloud quantum programming from the Microsoft Azure.
Hello, everybody. Let me start to share my screen. And let me know if you cannot see me or hear me or see my screen. Everything seems to be in order. Great. So today I'm going to talk to you about a lot of things. It's going to be a pretty dense talk. So I'm going to do a little dive into the basics of quantum computing, and at the same time at how you can express those basics by means of quantum programming, and ultimately to run your quantum programs on real quantum hardware using Azure Quantum. I think it's going to be a really good complement for Sarah's talk. So she came from the hardware point of view, and I come from the software point of view, on the top of the stack. A little bit about myself. My name is Mariia Mykhailova. I'm a software engineer at Microsoft Quantum, has been with the team for about 5 years. And that's actually how long I've been in quantum computing as well. I have a classical software engineering background, so I switched to quantum computing relatively recently. And in my work, I specialize in education and outreach, helping people learn quantum computing and make it interesting. And later today, you will see some of my work on this. Here is a quick plan for the workshop. We are going to talk about qubits, qubit states, and what superposition looks like. about single qubit quantum gates and measurements. So all the basic building blocks of quantum computation. I'm not going to go into multi-qubit systems. That's rather beyond the 2-hour workshop scope. And if we have time, I will suggest you a hands-on exercise to implement random number generation program. After that, we're going to take a little break, refresh our drinks, take a stretch. And in the second part of the workshop, we are going to take a glimpse at where the power of quantum computing comes from. Again, for a single qubit system, it's not going to be incredibly impressive. I promise you, we're not going to solve any real problems today, but you're going to see the main principles of how quantum algorithms work using a Deutsch algorithm as example. And then I'm going to give you another hands-on exercise implementing this program. And then I'll show you how to run this program on Azure Quantum. Sounds good? Okay, that's a rhetorical question. I will try to look at the chat now and then. And if somebody in the room has questions, I'll try to make pauses so that folks can ask it. But chat is going to be probably faster. Oh, okay, these are very official slides, so they have learning objectives in addition to the outline. But these things pretty much duplicate what I just told you. So the first part of our workshop, the basic concepts of quantum computing. Now you have already heard it, and you probably heard it many times before this workshop even. In classical computing, the main unit of computation is a bit. In quantum computing, it's qubit, abbreviation for quantum bit. And the states of qubits are described not as scalars, 0 or 1, but as vectors. And why vectors? So the qubit state can represent both classical states and superposition states. And a superposition state is a linear combination of the two basis states, 0 and 1. If we pull in a geometrical representation right away, we can think of quantum states as points on a unit circle, with some caveats which I'm going to cover a bit later. And you see that the points on a circle, there is a point on a horizontal axis, there is a point on a vertical axis, but there are also all the points between horizontal and vertical. And you could say about them as horizontal and vertical at the same time. I prefer to say that they are between horizontal and vertical. And each of these points corresponds to a quantum state, a quantum state of a superposition. If we talk about this mathematically, the vectors 0, 1, and 1, 0 correspond to the classical 0 and 1 states. And superposition states are column vector of two elements, which add up when squared to 1. Now, the numbers C0 and C1, the elements of the state vector, are called the amplitudes of the basis states. Generally speaking, they can be complex numbers. We are not going to need this today. The algorithm we're going to be looking at today is going to operate only on real numbers, so I'm not going to complicate it more than is necessary. And the additional bonus is that if we stay in real amplitudes, we can use the circle visualization rather than the block sphere visualization you're going to need to use if your qubit state has complex amplitudes. I'm not a huge fan of block sphere personally, so keeping it in 2 dimensions is a big help. Okay, so this is an encore on unit circle state visualization. One thing to note here is that points on the opposite side of the circle, diametrally opposite, are the same physical state, and it only differs by a so-called global phase. From the point of view of how you interact with this qubit, the computation you do with it, global phase doesn't make a difference. So you can say it's an equivalent pair of states. And right away, since we are going to be talking not just about the math of quantum computing, but also about programming, let's take a look at how qubits are represented in QSharp. I'm going to use in today's demo QSharp programming language, the programming language that comes with Microsoft Quantum Development Kit, and the language I use for most of my work. It's a domain-specific language, which means that it is designed especially for quantum computations. And a lot of things you need for quantum computations are built in the language itself. In this case, it's the qubit data type. Now, the qubit data type is a little bit like a software object. If you had an object-oriented programming course, you can imagine an object that has some internal state that you cannot access directly, but you manipulate it using the methods of this object. This is very close to what we do with qubits here. Physically, you cannot access the state of the qubit. You can get a little bit of information about it. We will talk about it later, but you cannot see the internal state of the system. This is what qubit data type ensures for us. It allows us to perform computations on it without revealing anything to our program that we wouldn't be able to do physically. This is important because we want our quantum programs to match the capabilities of our physical systems. We don't want basically to develop programs that try to do something that our quantum computers are not going to be able to support, because, well, that can lead to a lot of trouble when you switch from running on a simulator to running on quantum device. So in QSharp, a qubit is just an object that you allocate, perform computations on, and read out. But you never are exposed to the state of the quantum system in the program itself. Now, on the other hand, on one hand, we want to be physically accurate in our quantum programs. On the other hand, we want to be nice to quantum software engineers. We need it. So when you are running a QSharp program on a simulator, like we're going to be doing later today, we provide a little extra capabilities to look at the state of the system without using it in the logic of the program. This is what you see this example program doing. So we define an operation that allocates a qubit and immediately prints its qubit state. And then we run this operation using %simulate. I'll show it later today. But so what it does, it immediately prints the state of the newly allocated qubit, which starts by definition in the 0 state. And you can see the dump of the state, the amplitudes of each of the basis states. Okay, let's see. Now, the next thing, once we know what a qubit is, we want to know how to manipulate its state, how to perform the computation. And again, falling back to our comparison with classical computing, in classical computing, if you have a bit that is 0 or 1, you can perform operations on bits using Boolean logic operators described by truth tables. Here is the bit or multiple bits that are inputs, and here is the output bit. For example, the NOT gate. If the input is 0, the output is 1. If the input is 1, the output is 0. Now, in quantum computing, we're not operating on individual bits any longer. We are operating on vectors. And to implement the right operations on vectors, we have to use gates, quantum gates. The gates are described by matrices. If we're talking about single qubit gates, which we're going to be doing today, the matrices are going to be 2 by 2. Since our vector state is of size 2, our matrices have to match their size. And the effect on qubit states is defined using matrix multiplication. So we take the input state, a column vector of length 2, we multiply it by 2 by 2 matrix, and we get another column vector of length 2. So no weird dimensionality changes here. I'm also going to be using the geometric representation as well, so you don't need to perform any matrix multiplication on the fly. Okay, and again, comparing our quantum computation with the classical computation. If you have a classical bit, a single bit, there are not so many operations you can do on it classically. There is identity, which takes the input and makes it into the same value as an output. There is negation that we have just seen. And there are constant 0 and constant 1 functions, the functions that basically disregard the input and always have the output of 0 or 1. And if you are feeling fancy, you can describe these operations as matrices as well. It's just that those matrices are going to consist of zeros and ones always. And your bit state is going to always be 1, 0 or 0, 1. You're not going to have any other states. Now, when we try to extend this description to qubits, operations on qubits, we're going to see something interesting. Not all classical operations have direct quantum equivalence. Now, the quantum computation has to manage quantum physics. And the physics tells us that quantum gates must be reversible. That is, if you are given the operation that you have performed and its result, you must be able to find the input. And you're going to see that classical operations that are identity and negation are reversible. If you know that your operation that you did was negation and you know its output, you can find its input just by applying negation again. But constant 0 and constant 1 are not reversible. You cannot know that your operation was constant 0 and the output was 0. You cannot say what input it was, 0 or 1. So that's a fundamental property of quantum computing. You cannot easily erase information or override information. Your information stays with you. You need to be really clever to manipulate it if you need to do something like getting rid of information. So now that we know the general principles, let's see closer what the quantum gates look like. Now, the simplest gate is the same one as we have seen in classical, the identity gate, the gate that does absolutely nothing. You put the state in, you get the same state out. It is not particularly exciting on its own, but it becomes very useful when we discuss more complicated algorithms. In fact, we are going to meet an operation that expresses exactly this gate later today, and it's going to be useful for us. The second gate, the NOT gate, also known as the poly X gate, is also an equivalent of the classical gate, this time the NOT gate. What it does, in classical case, it negated our state. It turned 0 into 1 and 1 into 0. In the quantum case, it takes this column state of 2 elements and swaps its top element with the bottom element. You see that looking at our geometric representation, the basis states, the ones that correspond to classical states, have the same effect. So the state 0 becomes 1 and 1 becomes 0. But for superposition states, the effect is going to be different. For some states, they can remain the same. If the top element equals the bottom element, the state is going to stay the same. If the top element equals bottom element with a minus sign, you're going to get a different state that is physically equivalent. And then, of course, if you pick any state between those that are shown here on the diagram, you're going to get more interesting results. But today we're going to just work with those 8 states. Next, the next gate is purely quantum. We basically exhausted the space of the operations that we can do from the classical world on a single qubit. Well, because there were only 2 of those operations, pretty easy to exhaust that pool. And now we are getting to the land of purely quantum gates. And the first one of them is the Hadamard gate. What this gate does, it takes a qubit in a basis state and converts it to an equal superposition, a superposition in which the absolute values of the basis state's amplitudes are the same. Most importantly, it does it the other way around as well. If you do the matrix multiplication, or if you take my word for it, you will see that it takes the qubits in equal superposition and converts them back to basis states. So it is really good for preparing superposition, but also for unpreparing superposition. And looking at our geometric representation, the 0 state becomes the plus state and vice versa. And the 1 state becomes the minus state and vice versa. The Hadamard gate is the backbone of so many quantum algorithms, and of course of the algorithm we're going to be looking at today. And the last gate we're going to see today is the phase flip gate, also known as the poly Z gate. This operation also doesn't have a classical equivalent because classical states don't have phases. It's always a 0 or a 1. It's never going to be a -1. It's not a state for a classical bit. But for quantum computing, it actually makes sense. So what the Z gate does, it leaves the 0 basis state unchanged, and it adds the minus phase to the 1 state. Geometrically, it takes the state on a circle and reflects it across the horizontal line. So you can see the 0 state unchanged, the 1 state going to its opposite, which is physically the same one. But the effect of the phase flip gate becomes interesting not when you apply it to the basis states. It becomes interesting when you apply it to superposition states. So here we see that the plus state, when applied a Z gate to it, becomes the minus state. The sign of its second component changes, and minus state becomes plus state. These are the main states and the main gates we're going to be using today. There are, of course, a lot more gates. You cannot express any computation that is really interesting using these gates. Basically, to express an arbitrary computation, you need to do things like arbitrary rotations, the gates that allow you to get away from those 8 states on the unit circle. But those gates are not something we are interested in today. For one thing, they need complex numbers. We're going to stick with these 4. And here is a state machine. If you don't like the circle visualization, here's a different visualization that shows you the same 8 states that we looked at the circle and the transitions between that can be done using our gates. You can see the top row is the basis states, the bottom row are the plus and minus states, and you transition in each row using X and Z gates, and between the rows using the Hadamard gate. Now, taking a look at this from programming point of view, how do we implement quantum gates in QSharp? Quantum gates are operations that act on qubits. So they take a qubit or an array of qubits as an input parameter and have a side effect of changing the internal state of the system. So when you think about things mathematically, when you try to describe an algorithm, the effect of the gate, you're going to write the starting state and say, after I apply the gate, here is my resulting state. But this is not what's going to happen physically. When you are working with a quantum device, you're not going to look at it and see the quantum state, not before the gate application and not after gate application. Instead, you say, I have this qubit and I apply a gate to it, and it looks like it's still the same qubit. It's not going to have any visible changes to its state. You're only going to be able to observe the change in the state after you do something else to it, the measurement. So from programmatic point of view, it's the same. You can see that we updated our demo to allocate the qubit and apply a gate to it. So it's just applying a gate without getting any output from it. But now, when we run our simulation using our convenient dump machine tool that allows us to peek at the internal state of the system, you see that the amplitudes of the basis states have changed compared to what we have seen before. Previously, it was a 0 state, and now it is a state in which the amplitude of 0 and 1 basis states are the same, which means it's our plus state. So now we know how to perform the change of state of our qubit. Basically, how to perform a computation. What's the last step? Well, the last step of an algorithm is the readout of the information. Wouldn't make a lot of sense without it. Perform some complicated computation and just leave the information there in the system because we don't really need the output. It doesn't work like this. And information readout is another fundamental difference between classical computing and quantum computing. In classical computing, if you have a bit, it has a state, 0 or 1, and you can just kind of read out the value. There can be some noise. There can be some values that are so noisy that they switch to the other value when you read it out. But generally speaking, reading out the value is first always possible, and second, doesn't change the value you have been reading. If your bit is in the 0 state and you look at it and say, oh, it's in 0 state, it's not going to suddenly decide to change to 1. Quantum computing is very different. So first of all, physically, the state of the qubit is not directly observable. You cannot look at the qubit in superposition and say, oh, of course, it's 0.6 basis state 0 plus 0.8 basis state 1. Not going to happen. And second, again, the physics behaves so that observing the state changes it. You look at the state, and this act of looking at the state gives you information, but also changes the state of this qubit. And this is called quantum measurement. Now, when we measure basis states, quantum computing is still nice to us. It mimics classical behavior. So if you measure the 0 basis state, you always get 0. If you measure 1 state, you always get 1. And in these two cases, the state of the qubit is not going to change. But when you measure superposition states, that's where the things get interesting and non-deterministic. If you have a state that has non-zero amplitudes for both 0 and 1 basis state, we get measurement result 0 with probability proportional to the square of its amplitude, and we get 1 with probability proportional to the square of its amplitude. And at the same time, the qubit state is going to change. We call it collapse. It's going to change to the basis vector that corresponds to measurement result. So if your result says that it's 0, well, now your qubit state is going to be 0. If your measurement result is 1, now it's going to be 1, regardless of what it was before the measurement. Once you measure the qubit, you lose all the information on the superposition in which it was before. And you're left with just your measurement result, just one bit of information. This means that designing quantum algorithms can be challenging. We can, on one hand, perform all this very powerful computation on this huge state of space of states. But once we get to getting the results of this computation, we cannot just get all of it. We can get only just tiny share of it. So we need to design our algorithms so that they are very clever and basically perform a massive computation, but then they manipulate the qubit states so that we can read out the answer to our questions in just a little bit of information. For example, when we are talking about applications such as quantum chemistry, modeling the ground state of the molecule, we have the input that describes the state of the molecule. We have a massive computation during the algorithm to actually model its state, but we don't get the complete information about its state out of the algorithm. Our output is just the ground energy of the state, which is much less information than the whole information about the state. And if you look at other quantum computing algorithms, you're going to notice the same pattern. You need to engineer them so that the question you are looking for has the size much smaller than the size of your computation. Okay, one last bit, and then I'll check whether there are questions. So how do we implement measurements in QSharp? Well, there are also operations in qubits. They also have the side effect of changing the internal state of the system. But unlike the gates, they have output in this case. Since unlike gates, they do have some kind of output and we need to adequately represent it. So we get a return value of result type, another quantum specific built-in data type. So we augment our program with a measurement. So we allocate a qubit, we apply a gate to it, and then we measure this qubit and print the result. So here you remember that the first two steps prepared a plus state for us, a state which has equal amplitudes of the 0 and the 1 state. Once we measure it, we can end up in one of two worlds. Well, when I did this demo, my measurement gave me the measurement result 1. So there is this output of 1 here. And then when I look at the qubit state, I'm going to see that the state changed. The amplitude of 0 became 0 and the amplitude of 1 became 1. So that's the state collapse. And I cannot from here recover what happened before the measurement, what state was. I could have ended up in another world in which my measurement result would have been 0 and the state would have been 0 as well. And that's actually one thing that sometimes confuses folks. The measurement doesn't destroy the qubit. If you look, for example, at quantum circuits, a lot of them just end in measurements. And after that, it looks like the qubit is destroyed. Well, this is not the case, very fortunately. Otherwise, it would be really expensive to build those quantum computers if each qubit was good for just one measurement. The qubit continue their existence. You can continue computation with them. They just change the state in which they are. So if you want to continue the computation after you measured the qubit, you need to take into account that it has this new state that corresponds to your measurement results. Okay, our next thing is going to be the first application of quantum computing. But I think I can make a pause and take some questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mariia. Sorry. So there is one question here and in the audience.
Hi, Mariia. Thank you so much for the talk. I just want to ask that in the superposition state, we cannot know the system. So are we intending to find that out, like find more about if we could know the state of the system in the superposition, or is it a fact that we can never know it, so we just leave it there?
It's a fact that you cannot know it precisely. So your goal when you perform a quantum computation is basically, when you're looking at one qubit, your goal is to get its state very close to the 0 or to the 1, depending on what is the answer to your problem, so that when you measure it, you're going to get the answer rather than just some random value. In the algorithm we're going to see later, Deutsch algorithm, it's actually really nice, also sometimes confusing, because it is deterministic. You are going to manipulate your states and get out the information from the superposition in which they are in such a clever way that you are always getting the correct answer. There is no randomness there, but it requires some clever manipulation of those superposition states. In more general cases, for example, Grover search, very famous algorithm, won't be covering it today. In Grover search, your goal is to increase the probability of measuring the state that is your answer, so that when you measure it, you get the answer with high probability. But very often you're not guaranteed that your answer is going to be correct. So that algorithm is properly deterministic. You get a result, you don't know whether it's correct or not. You need to double check, basically run it through some classical computation to check, yes, this is indeed the answer to my question. And this kind of engineering and manipulation of probabilities is really interesting thing about quantum algorithms.
There's one more question here, Mariia.
Hello, I had a question on the same. So why does the state collapse when we try to measure it? Because you said in quantum computing, the bit can be anywhere between 0 and 1, and that's what makes it powerful. So then what happens when it collapses? What happens to that data?
That's basically what physics tells us. And I'm not actually sure if we as humanity actually know what exactly happens when it collapses. We know that this happens. The underlying reasons are rather philosophical. So quantum computing basically follows what the physics dictates us. We would really love to be able to look at the internal state of the system, but we cannot. We would really love to be able to have the state, have the measurements that doesn't collapse the state. We cannot. That's just what physics tells us. And being a software engineer, I belong to the paradigm that says basically use it and calculate.
Yeah, maybe I can comment on that as well. I mean, the way you can think about that is that
I do have this superposition state. Right? The power of quantum computing comes from this superposition. This not having information about what that qubit is. Right? You don't have access to that. As a result, your qubit can take two different paths, 0 and 1. You apply an operation, again 0 and 1. Apply another operation, could go either way, right? That way you can look at multiple possibilities at the same time. But when you do measurement, by collapsing means that you gain some information about that, and that's no longer can take two different paths, right? So by collapsing means that becomes somewhat a classical qubit, or you gain some information that you can no longer call it a superposition state, if that makes sense. It's gaining that information that you acquire by virtue of measurement that changes your state that we call collapse.
So by collapsing, it chooses one of the other two paths.
Right. So
if the system is in the superposition, and if we know the information about the superposition, it's no more quantum then?
Well, the thing is that you have this quantum mechanical system, right? It's not just one qubit. You have many qubits, right? And these qubits are interacting to each other. They talk to each other, right? You can perform measurement on some of those and gain some information and feed forward that to other qubits that you have. So you can perform some measurement, but then so let's say you perform some measurement and now it is a 0 state, right? And then as Mariia mentioned, you can apply a Hadamard gate, make it again a superposition state, right? You can perform this intermediate measurement here and there, but depends really what you want to do. Sometimes you don't want to touch anything about your system, wait all the way until the end, all of these qubits talk to each other, and then you measure what is the state of all of these qubits. And that could be the solution to your optimization problem, for example, right? So that's one way to think about that. Sorry, Mariia, you can go on.
Absolutely.
Can I just add to this, if you can hear me okay? I thought that Maria's answer was perfect in the sense I have physics background. Nobody really knows why measurement works at this point. There's a lot of research still going on into physics fundamentals and a lot of popular books in the field about why does measurement work this way, but it's just one of those questions that's really fundamental. The laws of quantum mechanics tell us that that's what happens when we perform a measurement. And as the other speakers were saying, if there's many, then you just get ones and zeros back, ups and downs, but nobody really knows why it works this way yet. And so I thought Mariia's answer was spot on.
Yeah, thank you for the confirmation, Joel. I'm kind of always worried that at some point I will embarrass myself by saying, well, that's just what happens. And somebody says, come on, we just discovered what happened a week ago. That's common knowledge now. Not going to happen today. Good. Okay. Now let's take a very quick look at the first quantum application, and then we take a break. So once I said that the effect of the measurement is effectively random, well, the natural thing to try and do using it is random number generation. Since quantum mechanics gives us something that is fundamentally random, we can use it to do true random number generation, the one that doesn't depend on pseudo-random sequence generation mathematically. If we have a qubit in superposition, we measure it, it is a random result. You can configure what it does. You don't need to limit yourself to the 50-50 probabilities we are looking at today. You can use those other gates that I didn't cover today. You can tweak your results to be random with whatever probability you want. But here is what the basic program is going to look like for quantum random generation. Let's say I want to generate 100 bits. I define a constant that tells how many bits I'm going to use. And after this, let's say I don't need the bits themselves. I just need to know how many of them are ones. Then I'm going to define a mutable variable, count once, initialize it to 0. I'm going to allocate a qubit. Because I don't want to allocate 100 qubits, I'm going to allocate just one of them and then reuse it to show you the thing I said before, that the qubit is not destroyed after you measure it. It just changes the state. And then I run a for loop. And on each iteration, I'm going to apply a Hadamard gate to it, prepare a superposition, an equal superposition here. I'm generating those 50-50 probability random bits. So applying Hadamard gate, then measuring it. And if the measurement result is 1, I say that, well, measurement result is 1, I increment the number of ones. And then I print the result. Now, the time I ran this demo for the screenshot, I got 42 ones. It's not the perfect 50. I actually get the perfect 50 really rarely. But it is about half of the numbers are ones, so it's kind of reasonable. And this is it. This is the simplest quantum program that is very often used as the introductory demo. And this is what I'm going to do now. Use it as an introductory demo. Now, if you have a laptop with you, I didn't actually, oops. Okay, I'm going to switch to another way of presenting now, so bear with me. I'm going to present the whole screen. And I'm going to share the links in the chat. And please let me know if at some point you lose me. I would rather that you don't lose me. Okay, so here are the 2 links that you can use to follow along if you have a computer with you, or you can use them to reproduce this later after the workshop. And I'm going to go to where I run the same project locally. So this is one of our favorite tools for helping people learn quantum computing and quantum programming. That's the Quantum Katas. It's actually the project that started my career in education and outreach. It's almost 4 years old now. So what it is a collection of tutorials and programming exercises on quantum computing. You can see it starts with the introductory topics, such as complex arithmetic and linear algebra, to help you brush up your fundamentals if you didn't have those courses in your school. And then it goes into the basics. The qubit and single qubit gates include a lot of stuff I told you already, but they have a lot of other stuff too. And then there are programming exercises. They cover quite a lot of topics by now. Right now, we're going to the random number generation tutorial. And you see, it's a great example. It talks to you about the tools we use, the approach we use to generate random numbers. And right away, you get an exercise, generate a random bit. So how do you work with the katas? It's a Jupyter notebook. If you have tried Jupyter notebooks before, you run them and you write your code in those cells and you execute those cells using Control-Enter. Or if your system is different, there is a run button. So here, this exercise, I didn't do anything. I didn't write any code in it. So the testing harness that runs in the backend when you execute the cell tested it and said, no, this is not a random number. I wanted you to generate a number 0 or 1, and you generate -1. Try the exercise again. And this is what I want to give you a chance to do. You can use the links that I shared in the chat to run the katas online. regardless of what you have configured on your laptop, you should be able to run it. And you can try and do this exercise. And if you're feeling really ambitious, you can do the next exercise. Generate a 2-bit number. And as a hint, you don't need to allocate 2 qubits for this. You can use the single bit generation just fine. And now let me switch back to the slide which has the random number generation logic. And let's take a little break. It is 57 minutes after hour. How about we reconvene at 5 minutes after hour? And then I will show you how to do this exercise. And then we will be back to learning about Deutsch algorithm. Sounds good? I think
Great,
it is.
Mariia. Thank you. So we'll take 5-minute break and we'll be back. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, you can pick any of the links. They are the same. It's just a little bit of load balancing. Okay, I'm going to turn off my camera and mic for a moment, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, I am back. So let me know when we're good to start.
I think we're good to go.
Okay, good. I see kind of the overall outline of the room, but not the details. Okay. So let's see how to do these exercises. So the qubit allocation is already done for you. So the next thing we're going to do is apply the Hadamard gate, and then measure it and return the result. And if we try to return the measurement result itself, you're going to see that its return type doesn't match the return type of the operation. Result is a built-in type that cannot be implicitly cast into integer type. So what you're going to need to do, you're going to need to use some kind of conversion. You can use an if expression. I'm going to be lazy and use a ternary expression. So if the measurement result is 1, I return 1, otherwise I return 0. And this is a big success. And if I want to be ambitious and do the second exercise as well, well, I can actually reuse the fact that if you want to generate a random number from 0 to 3 with equal probability, I can generate each bit of that number individually. So what I'm going to do is a completely classical thing. If I have a random bit operation, I can generate one random bit, multiply it by 2 to get the highest bit of the number, and add another random bit for the lowest bit of the number. Don't even need to allocate any qubits in here. Now you can keep going. I really like this kata approach of learning by solving problems, and I heard a lot of great feedback over the years about them. But for now, let's leave this notebook and go back to my slides and learn about our second application, a much more interesting one, Deutsch algorithm. So Deutsch algorithm is the simplest example of a quantum algorithm that shows the quantum approach to solving problems. Random number generation didn't really use it. It relied on the fundamental randomness of quantum physics, but it didn't perform a computation. It didn't have input, and it didn't do the actual computation. It effectively prepared some state and measured it right away. Now, the quantum approach is more interesting. And let's look at the problem that's going to help us figure it out. Let's say somebody gives you a box and it contains a function of 1 bit. It is rather uncommon, but let's imagine. We have seen that there are 4 functions of 1 bit: identity, negation, and 2 constants. You don't know which function it is because the box is opaque. What you can do is you can feed inputs into the box and see the outputs. Let's say you want to figure out what is the function in this box. Well, if you are in either classical world or in quantum world, you need 2 bits of information for this identification. So you have to do 2 queries. You cannot do it smarter. Since every act of feeding input into the box gives you 1 bit of information, you need to do it at least twice, roughly speaking. So here we don't have the advantage of a quantum computer over the classical one. But what if you want to answer a different question? let's say you don't care which function specifically is in the box. What you want to figure out is whether the function in the box is constant, so constant 0 or constant 1, or variable, the function that actually takes use of its input, identity or negation. Now, on a classical computer, you still need two queries. You don't have a way to work around it. If you feed some input and you get 0 as a result, well, it can be either identity or constant 0. You need to feed the other input to compare the result on that input with the first result. But on a quantum computer, you can do it in just one query. And this illustrates a good thing to keep in mind when you think about quantum algorithms. You're not looking to learn something about every single value of the function. You're not trying to identify the function itself, but rather you are trying to learn a property of the function that is property of all values aggregated. Very often when people talk about quantum computing in a kind of popular way, they say, oh, it's just performing computation on all inputs at once. It kind of sort of is, but it doesn't mean that you get to enjoy the results of computing all of them at once. You're not going to get the results of each function evaluation from just one quantum run. We have seen that the way we do measurement makes it impossible to get all information about the computation. But instead, if you engineer your algorithm so that it gives you the aggregate of those computations, you can actually get the answer to some questions using that aggregate faster than on a classical computer. Let's see how to do it. But we're going to need one more thing before we dive into the algorithm itself. We need to look at how to implement the box. Now, this is one of my favorite topics in quantum computing, quantum oracles. So a quantum oracle is a quantum operation that implements a classical function for using it in a quantum algorithm. Now, if your input is a strictly classical box, the same box that is the input for the classical algorithm, you're not actually going to get that speed up, because to evaluate a function on a superposition of states, you would still need to evaluate the function for each classical input separately and then encode those results into your quantum computation. But instead, you need to have your input given to you as a quantum operation right away. So somebody needs to do the work of taking the classical function and implementing it as a quantum operation to give you a quantum box instead of a classical. This means that when an algorithm is described in terms of quantum oracles, it hides away all the implementation complexity. It assumes that somebody already did this work for you, and that what happens inside the box is actually very simple, which is not always the case. Your box needs to be just the right size, not too small and not too big. If you try to squeeze in the whole problem you're trying to solve in the box, and it's a very complicated problem, well, it makes your algorithm nice and simple, but it makes implementing the box very complicated. And it can be possible that you just don't know how to implement the box of that complexity, or the implementation is so slow that you don't get the benefit from it. And if the box is too small and it answers some kind of trivial question, well, it's not very interesting to use. So your quantum oracles needs to be just the right size. And let's see how exactly they do this implementation of the classical function so that we can use it later in the algorithm. In this algorithm, we are looking at phase oracles. They encode the value of the classical function into the phase effectively the amplitude of the basis state that corresponds to this classical input. So if we look at the basis state 0, its amplitude tells us what is the function f of 0. If we look at the basis state 1, its amplitude tells us what is the value of the function for 1. And how exactly we do this? Applying this quantum oracle doesn't change the phase if the value of the function is 0, and multiplies the phase by -1 if the value of the function is 1. And if we remember back to the beginning of the talk, when I said that we define gates as matrices, this actually defines the matrix of the gate. It is going to be a diagonal matrix, since it doesn't split any basis states into a superposition. It just changes their phases. And the behavior of the state, of the gate, the oracle, on superposition states can be deduced from the fact that the operation is a linear. It's a matrix multiplication, and matrix multiplications are linear. We're going to see more details on this in just a moment. Right now, it's a little bit hand-wavy. We're going to look at the examples, make it a lot better. Here are the examples. We're going to look at just two of the one-bit functions, the constant 0 and the identity. Now, constant 0, our value of the function is always 0. Well, if we do the math, it turns out that the oracle is going to leave the 0 state unchanged and the 1 state unchanged, because they both have the value of the function 0, which means the oracle doesn't change the amplitude of this state. And we have already seen the gate that does nothing to a state, right? It's the identity gate. Remember, I promised you that it's going to be useful. Well, here it is. The second example from another class is the identity function, the function that actually uses the input. Here we're going to see that its effect on the basis state is going to be different. For the basis state 0, we compute the function value of 0, it's 0. So the phase remains unchanged. For the input 1, the value of the function is 1. So the state has to be multiplied by -1, its amplitude. And again, we have seen this gate before. It's the phase flipped gate, the Z gate. You can, generally speaking, analyze the constant 1 and the negation functions similarly. It gets a little bit more tricky, more gates. I'm going to skip that one. Leave it as an exercise to the reader. This is actually an exercise in the tutorial that I'm going to show you later. And now that I have sort of convinced you that we can implement the functions as oracles, we can figure out what the gate that implements the oracle is. How to implement quantum oracles in QSharp. Now, one thing I don't want to do with algorithms that operate on oracles, I don't want to hard code the sequences of gates into them. It is more kind of elegant and more fitting to the logic to say that the oracle is the input to the algorithm, exactly like we say when I described the problem to you, right? So how we express this in QSharp? QSharp has elements of functional language in it. So operations and functions are just another data type. You can store them in variables, you can pass them as parameters, and this is what I'm going to do here. So I define an operation that implements my whole algorithm, Dutch algorithm. And it's going to take as input an oracle that is another operation in turn. And this operation takes a qubit input and does nothing to it. We remember that this is how any quantum gates are represented in Q#. They are operations that take a qubit and do nothing to it on the surface. They only do side effects. And then inside the algorithm, I can use this Oracle input as just another gate. So our algorithm does something, and then it applies the Oracle, and applying the Oracle looks exactly like applying any other gate. And then, in addition to this operation, I need to also define the functions I'm going to use. So here, I wear two hats. I wear a hat of the person who implements the black box and gives it to me. And at the same time, I wear a hat of the person who takes the black box and tries to analyze it. It can be a little confusing, but it is a useful abstraction. So the operations that I use here in the example are the ones we have seen previously. The constant zero operation, which does absolutely nothing. I could have put the identity gate in there, but when we program, it's sometimes unnecessary to put it. Sometimes you are going to find it useful, but in here we can just omit it. And the identity function is the Z gate. And then then I bring the algorithm and the box it is given together. So I use the operation that implements the algorithm, and I pass to it the operation that implements the Oracle. And the result is going to be a Boolean, which tells me whether the function is balanced or not. And this is actually a spoiler. I didn't talk to you about Dutch algorithm yet, but you already have seen the code for it. Pretend that you haven't seen the code yet, right? So now that I have convinced you that we know how to implement the Oracle both mathematically and programmatically, let's see the algorithm. It is very simple. Let's start with a qubit in the zero state. After this, we apply the Hadamard gate to it. A lot of quantum algorithms start like this. Start with a qubit in zero state and apply some Hadamard gates to get into an equal superposition. Next step, you apply the Oracle. And this is where you perform the evaluations of the function. You can see that since you are applying the Oracle to the superposition state, you are sort of evaluating the function of 0 and of 1 at the same time. So this is what people mean when they say evaluate functions on all inputs at once. When you are evaluating it on superposition, you get the data about all values of the function. But you don't get access to both of those values at once. If you do a measurement right away, well, you're just going to get 0 or 1. You're going to get zero information about the actual amplitudes because they are phases. You cannot easily observe the phase. You can observe the phase with some tricks. So to figure out this trick, let's see what happens for the constant function and for the variable function. If the function is constant, this expression and this expression, -1 to the power of one of the function values and the other one, are going to be the same. We can move them outside the brackets and say that it is our plus state, possibly with a global phase. And remember, the global phase doesn't affect our computations. If our function is variable, the signs of 0 and 1 basis states are going to be different. And it's going to be our minus state. So here we have different states. And measuring the things right away is not going to help us. But we have seen a gate that allows us to transform plus and minus states into the basis states, the Hadamard gate. Remember, I told that it's important that it doesn't just prepare superposition, but also unprepare it. If we apply Hadamard gate after applying the Oracle, Our plus state is going to become the 0 state, and our minus state is going to become 1 state. And now our two scenarios give us two different basis states that we can measure and get 100% success rate. We get this bit of information we were looking for, the constant function or the variable function, after just one application of the oracle, and we get it with certainty. No need to rerun the algorithm. Are you excited? I'm excited. It is something you cannot do classically. Even though the question you're answering is not very interesting as such, it shows you how to do something that you cannot do classically. And if you would rather look at this at the geometric interpretation, let's take a look at our unit circle. We're going to look at both scenarios side by side, in constant case and in variable case. Both cases we start with the 0 state. Both cases we apply Hadamard gate. So far, no divergence. But now, when we apply the oracle, if we have a constant function, we are going to either remain in our plus state or go to a state in which both the function is 1 and both basis states acquire -1 phase, which is effectively the same state, just on the other side of the circle. And if our function was variable, our top element of the vector and the bottom element of the vector, the two amplitudes, are going to acquire different phases. One of them is going to acquire -1 phase, and the other one is going to remain unchanged. And this is where the scenarios diverge. We remain in the plus state for the constant scenario, and we move to the minus state for the variable scenario. And now, after we apply Hadamard gate again, we see that our scenarios are still diverged. The constant scenario is in the 0 state, and the variable scenario is in 1 state, which we can perfectly distinguish using measurement. Now, we cannot figure out from this computation which of the functions we got, whether it's constant 0, constant 1, or whether it's variable 0, variable 1. To do this, we would need to run a different computation and run the second computation in addition to this one to get the second bit of information. But if we're looking for just this one bit, we're good. Now, okay, it takes a lot of work to get properly excited about the speed up of one query versus two queries. It's either off by 1 or a factor of 2, but it's just not huge benefit, especially for this problem. You can generalize this problem to multiple bits. I'm not going to go into the math here. We didn't cover multiple bits, multiple states of multiple bits in this workshop. You're going to just take my word for it or dig deeper into it after the workshop. And the problem looks like this. You're given a function of n bits. It still returns 0 or 1. Now the function is more restricted. It can be constant, returns 0 always or 1 always, or it can be balanced. It returns 0 for exactly half of the inputs and 1 for the other half of the inputs. It's a more strict requirement compared to the previous case in which we just needed it to be variable. But for the single qubit case, balanced and variable are actually the same. Now, how many queries do you need to figure out whether the function is constant or balanced in this setup? Well, in a classical world, there is a decent probability that you will figure it out pretty fast. If you make one query, you get 0, and you make another query, you get 1, you know that it's balanced because it cannot be constant. But if you are unlucky, the worst case scenario of this algorithm, you can spend exponential number of queries trying to figure out whether you're getting 0, 0, 0 because the function is actually constant, or whether you're just being really unlucky and the function is balanced. Now, in the quantum world, you still need just one query. The number of queries doesn't grow up at all. It remains 1. The algorithm is actually very similar. You start with the qubits in 0 state, apply a line of Hadamard gates to each qubit, apply the oracle, apply Hadamard gates again, measure the qubits. If all results are 0, the function is constant, otherwise it's balanced. And this is the speed up that is, in principle, exponential. And that is properly impressive. It is rather unfortunate that this is a problem that doesn't have practical value, but it is a lovely educational thing. It's something that can be explained reasonably fast. Well, at least I hope I managed to explain it. And it shows the main principles of how quantum algorithms work. They perform evaluation of the function kind of, sort of, on all inputs, but you don't get access to all those results. You need to aggregate them and learn some aggregate property of your input. Okay. I think now is a good time to take a little break for questions, and then I'll go into the rest of the demo. I still have to show you how to run things in the cloud, right? But now questions.
Any questions? No. Mariia, seems to be no question, so feel free to continue.
Awesome. I like to think that this is due to exceptional clarity of the presentation, rather than the other way around. Okay, now the thing I have in mind has 2 parts. To start with, let's use the same links from earlier in the chat to run the QuantumKatas again and implement the algorithm. If you opened it before, your session probably expired. It has a timeout for inactivity, so you will need to reopen it again. And if we go further in the list of tutorials, there is a very nice tutorial contributed by one of my mentees that covers quantum oracles in much more depth. And right now we're looking for exploring Deutsch and Deutsch-JAWS algorithms tutorial. It's a 4-part tutorial. Starts with the problem statement and the classical algorithm for solving it. We don't want to go there right now. We are going to start with part 2 that covers single qubit quantum oracles and Deutsch algorithm. Okay, we can skip the single bit oracles for now. I already showed you how to implement 2 of them. And you can do exercises later. You're going to see the Deutsch algorithm explanation again, familiar pictures. Oh, here's what I want to do. Exercise 4, implement the Deutsch algorithm. Do we want to do this as a hands-on exercise? I think we have time to give folks 5 minutes to implement it before I show how to do it. Or do we want to do it as a demo?
I think let's do it as a demo, and then we can see if students do have any questions. I think
sounds good. Okay, in this case, okay, let me start by executing some of the cells I skipped. So again, since it's a Jupyter notebook, you need to execute all the cells that you're going to need later in the code. I'm going to need a phase oracle for the 0 function and for the X functions. And again, those are the ones we have seen before, the Z gate and the do nothing gate. And now let's get to the exercise on implementing Deutsch algorithm. Okay, we already have a qubit allocated. And this tutorial is very detailed. It walks you step by step through what you want to do here. So apply Hadamard gate H of X. Need to remember the qubit name. Apply the oracle. As we have seen it in the slides, looks exactly like applying the gate. Apply Hadamard gate again. Can do that. Now measure the qubit. I'm going to do the same trick I did in the random number generation exercise. I'm going to measure the qubit. And then if the state is 0, we know that the function is constant. And we need to look up at the exercise definition to see what it wants us to do. If the function is constant, return true. I actually can be sneaky and return just the Boolean expression that is the result of the comparison. Let's see if I got it right. Executing the cell runs our testing harness. It reports the functions on which it got tested, and voila, success. So this is Deutsch algorithm implementation. What if you don't want to trust the testing harness? Let's say you conceptually don't trust code written by others. You want to run your algorithm yourself on the oracles that you know how they behave. To do this, you can define another operation similar to what we have seen in the slides. And you can test that the behavior of this algorithm on the oracles matches your expectation. So what we're going to do here is we're going to write effectively a unit test for this. We are going to run the algorithm on an oracle and compare it to the expected value. And if the result is not the expected value, we're going to fail. The fact function is very convenient for implementing unit tests. It fails if the condition is not true. Now let me see what's the phase oracle X, it's called here. The other oracle. And for this one, we expect the return to be false. And if all tests pass, we report success. Now, when we define this operation, it doesn't have the percent kata magic before it, so it's not an exercise. It's just defining raw qsharp code. And you can run it using the percent simulate magic. You run it on the simulator. And this is success. So this is effectively how the testing harness works behind the scenes. Runs algorithm on a set of oracles and compares it to its results. So this is how you run a quantum program in
Sorry, Mariia.
simulation.
Can I just suggest that we give a student a few minutes to also practice this on their own and see if they have if there's any question, and if you don't mind.
Of course, we have time. We want to end on the hour, right? So we have 20 more minutes. Let's take 5 minutes, say. And after this, I'm going to show you how to run the same code on Azure Quantum in the cloud. Okay, so if there is an in-person Q&A, if you need me to answer something, we need to make sure I can hear it.
Thanks, Maria. I think students are discussing within each other, within themselves,
Okay.
and then we have Hal here who can help also with technical questions. But if question comes up, I will let them ask, but let's just give them another minute or two, and
Of
then
course.
you can.
Just wanted to make sure that nobody is asking me something that I cannot answer because I don't hear it.
Maria, please go on. I think everyone is happy, and I think they figured out most of it, and they are discussing within themselves. So I think we are good to continue. Thank you.
Great. This is what I like to hear in the end of my talks. Everybody is happy. Okay, the next step is to show how to run the program in the cloud. Now, this tutorial has a lot of parts, and the last step of it shows how to run algorithm on Azure Quantum. I'm going to switch environments here and show you how to run this tutorial, the same notebook, from Azure portal. Now, this is something you will be able to do on your own as well. I am skipping here the steps of creating the Azure Quantum account. It's effectively an Azure account with a Quantum workspace created. You can do it yourself after the workshop. And we very conveniently rolled out a credit program something like 3-4 weeks ago, in which anybody with an Azure account gets $500 to experiment with quantum hardware. So you don't need to pay out of pocket to run things on a quantum computer. Once you have created an Azure account and a quantum workspace in it, you're going to see something like this. Let me probably, let me know if the letters are not big enough. So here, this is the kind of homepage of your workspace. It tells you a lot of information you're going to need to use it when you connect to the service. Most importantly, the subscription ID, the resource group, and I think location is what you're going to need. And from here, you can do things like see the history of jobs in this workspace, more detailed history of jobs. For example, you can see that this particular workspace I'm using exclusively for this demo, because all the jobs in here are Deutsch algorithm wrapper that you're going to see in just a moment in the tutorial. The convenient tool here is the notebooks section. Okay, let me collapse this to give a little more space. So here there is a sample gallery that shows you how to run quantum job in multiple languages. Azure Quantum supports not just qsharp, but also Qiskit and Circ. And you can do it on multiple providers as well. I'm going to be using IonQ now to complement their earlier talk from today. You can also use Honeywell. And there are examples that are more sophisticated than the Hello World. I'm going to use the same notebook that I uploaded here. You can upload notebooks using this functionality here. It's going to be Deutsch JAWS algorithm tutorial part 4. Okay, let me collapse this as well. You see that here it looks slightly different compared to what it looks like in the previous environment, running it locally. The difference is purely aesthetical. Yeah, also the list doesn't render so well. So what does it take to run a program on Azure Quantum? Let's go through it step by step. There are going to be some subtleties compared to what we did before. So first, we're going to define the operations in qsharp. They're going to be very similar to what we did before, with one subtle change. Okay, so while the cell is executed, you see that the phase oracle 0 and x are exactly the same. But the Deutsch algorithm operation, if you have implemented it yourself, you will probably notice the difference. Its return value is result rather than Boolean. And you return the measurement result directly rather than comparing it to the 0 result value. Why is this? Well, the current limitation of the implementation we're using is that it doesn't support what we call mid-circuit measurements. So effectively, your job must return measurement results directly, or a single one or an array of them. And then any post-processing you do on them, you have to do afterwards separately. This means that you need to sometimes tweak your programs a little bit to remove this tiny bit of post-processing, replace it with the result. Okay. The second thing we want is we want to have a wrapper operation that takes the oracle as a string and returns the result. This is the operation we're going to be running on hardware. Another limitation of our implementation, we cannot pass the operation as a parameter in a notebook. So we can pass a string, and then this wrapper is going to converts a string into an oracle, depending on what the parameter is. Well, to start with, always a good idea to check that those modifications to the code didn't actually break it, and that the results are still what we expect when we run them on a local simulator. So our %simulate magic uses a local simulator and runs it for the function f of x equals 0, we get the 0 result, which matches our constant scenario. And the second cell for the function f of x equal x gives us 1, so we can still distinguish these two cases. Good. Now the next step, we need to connect to Azure Quantum from this notebook. You need those parameters to substitute them in the connection string. I, of course, prepared it beforehand, so we can do executing this cell. Fortunately, here it doesn't invoke my two-factor authentication. I did it earlier today. And you can see that this notebook is now connected to this quantum workspace from which I can submit quantum jobs. This particular workspace is set up to work only with IonQ. So we have IonQ added as a provider to this namespace. And all IonQ targets, the devices on which you can execute your jobs, are listed here. The thing to note is that we have two targets here, QPU, the actual quantum device, and the simulator. The classical simulator, very similar to the one we're using when running %simulate magic, but running in the cloud. And if you notice the average queue time given in seconds, the simulator is really fast. And the QPU has 18,000, that's something like 3 hours wait time. So Friday afternoon, probably somebody's computing something. Since, we don't have enough QPUs to give, everybody a dedicated QPU, unfortunately, there is a queue in which the jobs go in, and there is some prioritization logic. So you might have to wait for your job to run on actual hardware. But we're not going to start with hardware. We're going to start with running it on a simulator because the steps are perfectly identical to running on hardware. So the simulator is incredibly convenient to test the way you run your job and to make sure that all your connection information is correct, that your job runs successfully, all those kinds of things. So here the azure.target command is telling the notebook that I want to run it on a simulator. It loads the right packages for executing this to enable submission to this goal. And it tells you that active target is now the simulator. So now any job you submit using Azure Submit Magic is going to go to IonQ simulator target. Let's do just that, why not? You see that we use the same parameters here as we used before when running on a local simulator. Only the command is different. We used %simulate previously, and we use Azure Submit now. So you get the report back that the job is submitted, how many shots it runs. Basically, it runs multiple times and returns you a histogram of results rather than the single result like the %simulate magic does. This is very convenient if you're running randomized algorithms. This one is deterministic. It's not going to get any deviation in results. But for randomized algorithms like Grover search, you're going to get a histogram of results, and well, hopefully the one with the highest probability is going to answer your problem. And here we get a job status report. Right now, well, not right now, when when we submitted it, it started by waiting, because there is a queue for a simulator as well, just much shorter ones. Now, Azure status is going to tell us the status of the job. If we are getting impatient and want to check the status, it tells us that it completed. And finally, Azure output gives us the results of running this job. It is technically speaking a histogram, just not a very interesting one, since all our 500 shows gave us the same result. We get the result 0 with frequency 1. Our histogram has just a single rectangle in it. Now we are almost at an hour, and you have seen that the queue for the real device is pretty lengthy. So I'm not going to submit it on the real hardware device. All the steps are exactly the same. The only difference is you run the Azure target with IonQ QPU target. And if you do that, your active target is going to be the quantum device. If you run all the next cells after it, you're going to get the same things, but on a quantum device. You're going to wait for some time until the status changes from waiting to succeeded. And your output histogram is going to be a proper histogram because there is some noise in the system. So it probably is going to impact your results. But other than that, all the steps are going to be exactly the same. So this is how you can run the same quantum code in simulation and on quantum device in the cloud. And you can repeat it yourself after the workshop if you want to. Let me show you just one final slide with a ton of links. I should probably share it in the chat as well, right? You're not going to be retyping the slides, the links from the slide. That wouldn't be good usability. And while I'm doing this, thank you for attending the workshop. I hope you learned a lot, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mariia. Thank you so much. It was really, really great to have you with us and telling us about Q# programming. So let me just start by asking one question, and then we can see if students have more questions. I mean, I talked about the quantum games, and I know we discussed that also yesterday. And like you went through this and you showed us that this is not something you can get the result in real time, right? You submit your work and then you need to wait to see what happens. And you suggested like there was this IQ hackathon games as well. Some examples that one can implement. Could you elaborate more on that and maybe say a few words about some of the games that one can play on this type of machines as a way to kind of practice programming and just have fun?
Yeah, this is a really good question. So for folks who don't have the context, which is probably most of the audience, there was an MIT hackathon, quantum hackathon, about a month ago, end of January. We proposed a challenge there that was basically create a quantum game using IonQ quantum devices. You can look it up. There is a list of projects that folks created. Some of them are really interesting. And one of the challenges, if you want to create a game that runs on quantum hardware, well, you have just seen that the queue for quantum hardware for job execution is several hours. It can vary from time to time. Once I got it back in something like 10 minutes, I was very lucky. But generally speaking, when you're playing a game, you want the result instantaneously, right? Delayed gratification is not really something that folks want to get in their games between the moves. So you basically have to get really creative with what you are doing and how you are doing this. And there are a lot of things you can do using it. For example, you can start by developing your game on a local simulator. I have shown you how to run the quantum code on the simulator, if you do it locally, it's instantaneous. Well, it takes the time to actually simulate your program, but other than that, there is no communication delay, there is no queue time. So you can start by developing your game locally and running the final version on hardware, just to convince yourself that it works. Now you can build in the limitations of the hardware into your game. For example, we all know that the current hardware is noisy. That's the era in which we are, NISC, noisy intermediate scale devices. So your game can explore the way the noise accumulates in the system. So basically how it works, the longer your program is, the more noise it's going to accumulate over its execution. So for long enough circuits, ambitious enough programs, the noise is going to overtake your computation. So you can play a game to figure out how long can you make a circuit without it being taken by noise. So basically each time you play a card, you basically gamble. Is this card going to tip the game into too noisy, or is it going to remain reasonable? You can explore trying to write your program in a way that is resilient-ish to noise. So how to, for example, to prepare your state in a way that doesn't succumb to noise right away. There are really lots of things you can give a try to. There are also lots of tools in the quantum development kit that you can use. For example, there is a noisy simulator. You can configure any type of noise that you want when running locally. So you can pretend that you have a hardware device with those properties and create and debug your program locally, and then run it on quantum device. So it's really kind of the sky is the limit kind of situation. So things I would not advise you to do is to build in a run on quantum device, actual device, into every move of your game, if it is a multi-move game, because that is going to be just not the experience you want to impose on your players. That's the fundamental difference between games and some kind of research that folks are doing on quantum devices now. If you're doing research, you can submit a bunch of jobs and then you have other stuff to do. If you're playing a game, well, we are spoiled with all the amazing games that exist out there. So you want to do a move and see the results right away. I hope that gave you some inspiration ideas and answered the question.
Great, thank you, Mariia. Let me just see if there is any question in the room, and before we let you go, any question for Mariia? Anyone? So you were crystal clear, and there's no question here. So obviously we will, this recording will be also available to students who didn't bring their laptops, and they can try that on their own in different time. And if there's any question that we cannot answer, I hope you don't mind we direct the questions to you.
Of course.
At that point. We can take a break.
Awesome.
We
Thank you for inviting me.
Right. Okay, so thank you so much, Mariia. And I think we'll take a 5 minute break, and then we will have the next speaker from QCI. Thank you so much.
press the button.
Okay. Okay, now I can introduce our next speaker. She's Elif Tokar Erdemir. She's a quantum research and application scientist from quantum computing. She's going to give her talk about solving optimization problems with quantum computers. Welcome.
Thank you. So let me share my screen and let me know if you can see a slide deck. Are you able to see my screen? Sorry, I cannot see the audience.
No slide deck yet.
Okay.
I still see you.
Let me try one more time.
There we go.
Awesome. So I'm going to make this a slideshow, and I hope you see it now. Yeah, good. Yeah, so hi, everyone. My name is Elif Tokar Erdemir. I'm in Quantum Computing, Inc., and my background is in operations research. I joined QCI about 5 months ago, and as you will see in my presentation, I'm sitting at the front of really taking business problems and converting it into formulations and then solving it with classical methods or quantum methods now. And so I will talk about that. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to Dr. Hosseini and Dong Yang and Hamza. So I'm happy to be here and hope my presentation will complement what you heard earlier today, where it's, Sarah talked about the hardware in IonQ, and then Maria's talk was also getting deeper into how do you program quantum computers. So this will be a much higher level where we take mathematical formulations, and then without any quantum knowledge, how do we take those formulations and submit those optimization problems to QCI's product, Catalyst. So before jumping in, maybe I will tell you, so my background is operations research, as I said, but before QCI, I worked in retail and healthcare industries, where I basically sit with business teams and talk through the business problems and see how we can use mathematical modeling to solve these problems, and then come up with methods to solve and then generate production-ready software in those companies to address the problems. So that's where we are trying to create the link to those higher subject matter experts in those industries and solve their business pain points. So the overview of the presentation, I will start with a high-level intro to quantum computing. I think you all heard a lot deeper today, so it will be just a few additions. And then where QCI is adding value in the quantum computing space. Then I will move on to talk a little bit about the consulting and professional services. And you see consulting is written with a Q. It's not a typo. So we like to use letter Q in most of the wherever applicable because of the quantum. So I'm part of the professional services team. So I want to give you an idea on what our team is doing. And then I will introduce Catalyst, which is our constraint optimization solver and what it does. Then I will move to basics about the constraint optimization models and what does it mean when we say constraint optimization, and give you some application examples where there are just variety of things that are using constraint optimization techniques, and I will just highlight a couple of those from the business applications. Then hopefully we will do a hands-on run experiment with all of you where I can show you my screen, and while I'm typing, you can also try to replicate what I do. And hopefully, now I have my colleagues, Joel Gottlieb and Lori Thompson on the chat. I forgot to mention. So they'll be also ready to answer any questions, either during the hands-on run, if you run into any issues, or regarding any other topic that I will talk about during my presentation. So hope you all have access now to Catalyst. And if not, I think it will still be good introductory, simple examples for you to watch as I'm running those. So in the examples, I want to do it step by step, very simple, starting with like linear functions and then just adding quadratic terms to a function and then adding constraints as the third problem. And I will show you the third problem also running on a QPU rather than a classical solver. Because by default, we run our problems on classical. So the run on QPU will also show that how easy it is to switch to submit the same problem to a QPU. And then if time permits, I want to do a demo on a task allocation problem, which is a real life business problem. It's a very simple example still, but I want to show you, how we take that problem, formulate it, set it up for our optimization solver, and then interpret the results that we will get. So quantum computing, it's maybe not completely new, but it's new for businesses. So a lot of companies are now getting into understanding quantum computer and what it can deliver to them because of the complex nature of a lot of the problems that they solve today. And classical compute power may not be enough to solve these. And because there are a lot of also hardware vendors that have their own architectures for the quantum machines, for the industries and business leaders, it's hard to really focus on an architecture and then develop these formulations and algorithms that will be uniquely applicable to those machines. But as I think all the speakers highlighted, there's tremendous potential. As in the future, as quantum computers grow, we are expecting a very maybe breakthrough in running and solving some of the like NP-hard problems, complex problems that we cannot solve today. So given all of the information we heard about quantum computing, where does QCI fit in this picture? So we are a software company and we are developing ready-to-run software products that will help people to run their problems in multiple QPUs, multiple quantum machines, as well as classically. So it has this neutral expertise we bring with the different vendors, quantum vendors that we are working with. And when we are submitting these problems to the QPUs, it doesn't require any quantum programming knowledge. Like when I joined QCI, I didn't know anything about quantum. And I can still say that my quantum knowledge is very limited. So I'm learning little bit by little every day, but I can take that business problem and use QCI software to run on like IonQ, like Sarah introduced to us in the beginning of the workshop today. And the QCI's, I think, mission is to bridge that gap between the quantum machines and the business problems. So we really look forward to add that value and tighten the gap between the people who work at the quantum mechanics level and the hardware, and also the people who are experiencing these problems every day. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm part of the professional services team at QCI. So our team sits in between our sales and marketing and also our engineering team. So what we do is we work with our customers and people who are interested in using our products and take their problems and identify which of these problems may be a quantum possible use case, and then perform, either help them also first formulate their problems, but also do the transformation to the quantum ready formulation. And we look across the different options we have, which are classical and QPUs, and see which one of these may be a better fit for those problems. And we have teams also partnering with us within QCI, like advanced technology team, where they also look at specific problems that are coming to us from customers and try to develop hybrid methods that are going to use classical and quantum together. And also some customers may require like custom interfaces or reporting. So we also discuss these issues and then help and partner with our clients to really take them to a production-ready level when quantum machines are, ready to solve these large problems. And we do trainings too, and QBTU is an example that I think our marketing department took the lead, and we did the QBTU with Purdue, but we also do training for the customers who want to do the hands-on runs with Catalyst as well. So before introducing Catalyst, I think as we all heard, quantum computers are still in their infancy, but they are expected to be the supercomputers of the future. So it's very exciting to get in there early and really understand what is possible with quantum computing. And optimization problems are an area of problems that are suitable to run on quantum machines. The idea is to really be able to take these problems to the formats that the quantum machines can understand and solve in the future when the QPUs are big enough. So for now, it's only small problems that we can solve on QPUs, but we can still illustrate. And like when we have a formulation for a business problem, we can still try a small example of that formulation, small instance, and submit it to different QPUs that we work on. So two quantum architectures mainly, so the gate models, I think that's what we mainly focused on earlier in this workshop, where IonQ is one of them, and quantum annealing is another algorithm that's run on quantum machines, and D-Wave has a quantum annealing machine. And we can connect to those different architectures as well. And our constraint optimization solver is called Catalyst. So what Catalyst does, I will repeat, but it's we can take the same problem and on the side, you're seeing like a Python API call for Catalyst, where we have this parameter called sampler. And that's basically what we change to set the CPU or the QPU as our processing unit for the problem. But rest of the inputs, we don't need to change them. There are some specific parameters that are applicable to quantum architectures, but overall at a high level, it's the same API call that we can submit. And currently available QPUs that we can connect Catalyst to are from D-Wave, which is their annealing machines, as I said, and we have IonQ and Rigetti. And Rigetti just launched a new machine, which has 80 qubits, and we are now working on also getting that incorporated into our product too. So other than, I think, these advantages, one thing I really liked about Catalyst is the diverse set of solutions we can get in the response. So optimization problems usually have one best solution. So we can see in the Catalyst response that the solutions can be ranked from best to worst, less ideal solutions based on the metric that we want to optimize. So that we can see the changes on our, whatever metric we wanted to optimize on, and then how that changed the solution from best to the next best, or even down in the list. So it's good to experiment with different, so you see there's a non-solutions parameter here, which is set to 5. So you can also set how many solutions you want back from Catalyst. So I mentioned that Catalyst is a constraint optimization solver. And I think introduced a little bit, but constraint optimization, I can say it's a mathematical modeling technique that's going to that's helping business leaders or decision makers to come up with better solutions to their problems. So it's an area where I think with this modeling, you have limited resources, for example, and you want to optimize your goal, your business objective with less, and you want to do more with your less resources, or you want to use less with a lot of things you may have, and you want to see how many of those will get you the best solution. So I think to formalize the language of constraint optimization, we have an objective where it's a business objective that we wanted to maximize or minimize. And we want to make decisions which are called decision variables, but there are constraints. So that's why it's called constraint optimization. And these constraints are the restrictions in real life. So just to give some examples on, like, for example, decision variables is the first thing we figure out in a business problem. And those can be, maybe we want to decide on which assets to include in our financial portfolio, or we want to come up with, like, we want to identify a specific schedule or a routing decision. I think the traveling salesman example that Dr. Hosseini gave at the beginning, right? So our decision is which points, which stops I should take first, and then from this stop, which stop I should go next. Or maybe we have orders that we want to allocate to trucks that's going to go to stores from our distribution center. So these are the decisions, like, from the real life, and then we can take them and formulate as decision variables. And objective function, it's given those decision variables we want to do, we want to set them to certain values to minimize or maximize a specific business goal. And that can be maybe dollars, like you want to maximize profit or minimize cost. And then your constraints are, your, like, budget, maybe that you don't want to go beyond, or you have staff that you want to just utilize those available people in your company, and space are some examples. And in terms of the, what applications show up, and when we work with our customers, what are the problems that they are coming to us with, right? So I have just a few in here, and then I think after this slide, we can move on to the more exciting part of hands-on trials with Catalyst. So here, like, task allocation or assignment problem is something maybe we want to assign jobs to machines or robots. And we want to minimize our total cost of allocation, or the total time it will take to process these jobs. And we know we can, like, maybe we have a constraint that says, I only want one job to be assigned to one machine or one robot. One of the famous problems in the optimization space, it's a knapsack problem. It's an easy to understand problem where you have a backpack, for example, that you want to put items into it. So you're going to go hiking or something, and then you have certain value in your mind that is tied to each item you can put, but there's certain weight limit or some space limit dimensions that you care about, right? So those are your constraints. Or companies want to open new facilities in new locations, and they have some potential sites in mind, but they cannot open more than X number of facilities. And now they are wondering which of the potential sites I should be opening new facilities or manufacturing plants, for example, at, so that I maximize my coverage to my customers or improve my production. There may be different things in mind as objectives. Or I think as students, you face this class scheduling problem. So you may be presented with a bunch of classes at the beginning of the year, and now you want to select which one of these classes you want to take. And you have certain eagerness value in your mind that, I like to take this class versus that class. So you want to maximize your utility that you feel like you're going to get from these classes, but then the classes cannot overlap, and then you have certain requirements from your major or some elective courses. And the others, I'm just going to quickly go over. Inventory optimization is, how much inventory you need to carry in your, distribution centers or your stores. And vehicle routing problem is similar to traveling salesman, but then here you may have multiple vehicles, and then they may be going from a depot location and picking up customers. And then maybe it's a transportation company where they say, I have certain time windows, like Uber, right, or Lyft. They want to pick up certain people. And the constraint is you want to reach to each customer in their desired time, so you cannot violate those given times by your customers. Okay, so first I will introduce you the first problem. So what the problems I will show you for the hands-on runs. So I think you will need either your favorite like Jupyter notebook you can be using. I'm using a text editor and a terminal separately. So if it will be good if you can get them ready. But first I'm gonna show you what the problem is, and then I'm gonna change my sharing mode to show you both my text editor and the terminal. So here we have a very simple function. Let's say it's x1 plus 2x2. And I think previous talks did a very good job in giving you the details. So we work with bits, right? So binary variables. So let's say x1 and x2 can only take 0 or 1 as their values. So what should be the value of x1 and x2 in order to get the minimum value of y? So that's our optimization question. And that's very easy to calculate in our mind. So that's why I chose this example. So we need to set x1 and x2 to 0, which will give us a value of 0 for y. And that's the optimal solution for this small function. So there are no constraints in here. So this is just a linear objective function. And I want to share how you set this up for Catalyst. So at least it gives you an idea on how to use Catalyst for this simple function. Since there are no constraints, we can use an API, the function called sample-QO from Catalyst. And our objective function here, x1 plus 2x2, will be a NumPy array with size 2 by 2. So it's going to be a square matrix, which is the size of number of variables times number of variables. And the reason for it is we also allow for quadratic terms. So later I will show you an example where we have the x1 and x2 multiplied. So in that case, we can also enter the coefficients from there too. But when we run this example, you will see that the values we enter into the NumPy array is for x1. x1 has a coefficient of 1, right? So we put 1 in that diagonal term. And we have another linear term, which is just x2. So its coefficient is 2. So we put 2 in the diagonal term for x2. So I'm going to exit now from the slide show mode. So are you able to see the 3 windows I have? Or did you lose the share?
Yes, we're good. Thanks.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, so I have a text editor open here on the side, this black screen. So I'm gonna save this file as a Python file into my workshop folder. So I'm gonna call it workshop problems.py. Okay, so in this, so what we will need is we will need to import QCore from Catalyst first. So I'm gonna start typing from Catalyst. We want to import QCore. And the other thing we will need to import is NumPy, right? Because we are working with NumPy arrays. And to submit this problem, let's define a function. I'm going to call it problem1, no inputs. And in this problem1, I need to set up my objective, right? So I'm just going to set up objective variable. This is going to be a NumPy array. And basically what you see in the slide is what I will enter here. So we will, it's a multi-dimensional array. So we have 1, 0 in the first, for the first row. And then we will have a 0 and 2 in the second one. And that's the only thing we need. And as the response, I want to just, I want to capture actually Catalyst response from in this response variable. And I'm going to call Q-core sample QBO. As I mentioned, this is the API we will use. And the input that I will pass to sample QBO is just this objective function. There are no constraints, so this should be sufficient. And in the response, I want to print the solution. And how I access the solution is there is an attribute of response called samples. So in samples, I want the best one for now, because I want to see if I'm going to get 0 and 0 for x1 and x2. Right, so I just want to see the best result for this simple formulation. So I'm saving this. And because this is a function, I want to call this function, right? So I'm just typing problem 1. And then I need to go to my terminal. And this may be much easier for you if you have a Jupyter notebook or some IDE tool that you have the code and the terminal on the other side. So I'm going to call this file and run this file. I called it Python workshop problems. And I'm submitting this run. Oh, I didn't save it, sorry. I need to save before I submit, yes. Yeah, so now it's sending the request to our production environment. And it's giving me a message that the problem started. And then it's done. And it gave me the first solution, where you see just, it's the bit vector that I think Mariia and Sarah, they also talked about a lot. So these are the settings, the final values of x1 and x2, which was as expected. And this ran on a classical machine because that's our default. So I hope you were able to follow with me doing this. And the next ones will be quicker. But let me know if there's any trouble in getting this done on your end. But even if you're not able to run it with me, I think it just gives an idea on how to really run with Catalyst. And the second example, it's adding the quadratic term to the same function, where you see I highlighted in orange that now we have a -4 x1 times x2. So if our function is set up that way, that means what is the minimum? What are the values of x1 and x2 that I need to set to get the minimum value of y? That's the question again. And the minimum will be given with 1, right? For both x1 and x2, when they are 1, I will get a value of -1 for y. So this is a different solution from the previous problem. So I will basically do the same, use sample QBO. But now what changed in the objective matrix is, I think, what I want to highlight here. So you see now we have off-diagonal terms also populated. And the coefficients for x1 and x1 times x2 was -4. And since x1 times x2 is the same thing as x2 times x1, we just split it into half and then put -2. So -4 divided by 2, and we give -2 as the coefficient for x1 and x2 and x2 and x1, so that it translates into the same formulation. So now I'm just going to copy. So I'm back to my text editor. And I copied my first function because it's almost identical, the second problem. And I'm going to just do the -2 in here for my off-diagonal terms. I'm still using sample QBO, and same thing. I just want to print the second. So the first best solution for my second problem. And I'm going to be running my problem 2 now instead of problem 1. And I'm switching to my terminal. And I'm still calling the same file, right? So this workshop problems, which should run just the second problem. Okay, so the run started. Now we are sending to prod. And sometimes we may need to wait a little more, but here, yeah, it ran quicker, and we got a 1-1 for this setup, right? So as expected. And I want to move to the third problem now because of the limited time. And this one is adding a constraint to our formulation. So I'm keeping the same objective function now, but I'm adding one constraint that says 2x1 plus 2x2 equals to 2. And with this constraint, what we mean is, for example, if we set x1 and x2 to 0, this constraint will be violated, right? So we want a solution that's going to minimize y, but without violating this constraint. And we can set, we cannot set also x1 and x2 to both 1. That's going to violate the constraint. So our only options from the constraint are either x1 0 and x2 1 or x1 1, x2 0. And the best solution is x1 getting a 1 and x2 getting a 0, which gives us a total value of y equal to 1. So this changes the API that I'm going to be using. So I'm going to be using sample constraint problem because we have a constraint. And you see how the constraint matrix and the right-hand side of this constraint, which is just 2, the constant we see, is set basically as a NumPy array for our catalyst. So I'm going to just copy this second problem and then, yeah, I just copied and pasted problem 2. And now I'm changing it to the function name to problem 3. I keep the same objective, right? So we didn't change anything about the objective, but now I need to add a constraint. And our constraint was, if you look on the side, so first I need to do the NumPy array. Yep. And then it's just one constraint. So, and we have a value of 2, but I still enter it as a multi-dimensional because the API expects the dimensions as a, there may be multiple constraints. In general, we have multiple constraints. So that's the constraint. And then let's set up right-hand side as another NumPy array. Again, same thing. That was 2. And now I'm going to be submitting this problem to qcore.sample constraint problem. And I'm passing both the objective function, the constraint, and the right-hand side, and still printing the best solution. And now let's just switch our problem to problem 3. That's the only one I want to run right now. And if I submit the same file, let's see what we will get. We are expecting 1 and 0 in our solution, which gives the minimum value of y. And yes, that's how we look into the bit vector. And after this, I think what I want to do is just do the same problem. So I'm not going into the slide mode again. This is going to be the same problem run, but now I'm going to run it on D-Wave's advantage processor. So it's going to be a QPU run. So what we do is, just a second. So I only have the API call here, which is the only thing that's changed from previous slide. But you see the sampler here. I need to set it to bracket D-Wave if I want to submit to a QPU. So instead of changing the problem 3, I'm just copying it again to create another function. And I'm going to call this new function problem 3 QPU. And in my call, so this response qcore sample constraint problem, I'm going to add this setting for the sampler. All right, so I'm going to set sampler to bracket D wave. And that's the only thing I need to change. Actually, I lied. I need to add one more thing. So that, I mean, we don't have to add that, but I think it's, so there is a warning that comes up, which actually you don't have to set this, but if that warning comes up, you just need to press Y to pass that and go forward to your solution. But this ignore QPU window parameter needs to be set to true so that to turn off the warning. So I'm saving it. I'm calling the last function now. I saved my file and getting back to my terminal and running it. Now it should be submitting this problem to D-Wave. And you see it's just telling me that it's set to quantum device to advantage system. That's D-Wave's machine. Now we should be getting a result back. And with quantum computers, I think Mariia highlighted that, right? So we may expect sometimes that it's not going to give us the optimal solution. But since this is a very small problem, we got what we expected to get, 1 and 0, as our final values for x1 and x2. So that's the hands-on problem runs, but I'm going to stop. I know we have limited time and see, and there's another demo which may take just a couple minutes for me to do. But before jumping in, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Great, thank you so much, Elif. I think it was very nicely explained and very easy to understand, and also very nicely complemented what we heard in the previous talks as well. So I'm just going to see if there's any question around the room, and hopefully you can answer that as well. I'll bring it here so she can see you as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question regarding to the samples list. Is it guaranteed that it's giving a local solution, or is it just like ranked enumerated solutions?
Yeah, it's it's a heuristic running. So for classical and quantum machines, it's different. And we have a heuristic algorithm that runs on classical. So it's not guaranteed to give us the global optimal, but that's why we need to try multiple times to see if there's any improvement in the solution. But we are also working now to understand which problem types we expect to get optimal solutions all the time. What are the sizes of problems we need to tackle? And then we can easily say that this is going to give us an optimal solution or not. But the heuristic, underlying heuristic in classical machine, it's searching for the neighborhoods of the solution space that's going to lead us to the global optimal. I hope that answers your question, but thank you. That's a great question.
Thank you very much. I have one more question.
Of course.
So is it only applicable to like discrete optimization problems, or is it works for also continuous problems?
That's a perfect question. So yeah, so this applies to discrete optimization, but what I mean by that is we can take continuous optimization problem and discretize the continuous variables in order for them to work in quantum machines, because quantum machines work in that binary realm. So we even integer variables in our business problems, right? So we need to do a binary encoding to convert them to a quantum possible formulation, unless there's going to be a breakthrough in quantum machines and they can also handle continuous variables as is.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Elif. Any other question around the room? Okay, yes, there's one more question here.
Hello, thank you for presentation. And my question is, you said that sometimes quantum solutions, they're not accurate because of the noise during computation. So how would you, so when you're solving a problem, would you solve it more classically and using quantum to verify your answer, or how does it go?
Yes, that's a great question. So that's usually what we do. We solve it classically if our classical solver is also capable of solving it, right? To get a sense of what is the expected solution. And that's how we validate the solution from the quantum machine. And also we get a sense of how many times we have to run it. Like what are the things we need to tweak in the quantum machine so that we get closer to the optimal from the classical. But that's how we learn. I think the idea is to get a handle of specific problem formulations and then build it in a way that, because eventually we won't be able to solve problems on a classical, right? So that's why we are relying on the quantum area, like the expansion there. And then as we get better handling on certain business problems, I think it will also help us to tune the quantum machines or create algorithms in the quantum space to help solve those classical problems.
Okay. Thank you very much. See if there is another quick question before we move on. Okay, maybe you can continue, Elif, with the demo part as well, please.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to take more than maybe 3 minutes on that. So, so this is another small example. I didn't want to bring a complex problem, but this is a task allocation application that I mentioned in the application examples. So let's assume we have some tasks or jobs to assign to machines or processors or robots. Like there are a variety of applications in the business world for this problem. And our decision variables are which set of tasks to assign to which machines, right? So that's the decision we want to make. And we want to make that allocation or assignment in a way that it's going to give us the minimum possible cost. That's our objective function. And we know each task needs to be assigned to just one machine. And and each machine is allowed to get just one task. So that's a one-to-one assignment. That's our constraints. And we know the cost or the time it takes to process a job on a machine for all the job and machine pairs. And that's our input parameters given to us. So let's consider this small example now. We have 4 tasks and 4 machines that we want to match at one-to-one. And we want to minimize the total time it will take to process all these tasks. And here in this small table, you're seeing, for example, that's the setup time in hours required for each task on each machine. And that's the summation of the setup time we want to minimize. And we take this problem, right? And then we can put it in mathematical modeling terms like this. So this is the extended formulation of this small example where we have a decision variable, let's call it xij, and that will be a binary decision, right? So it's going to be 1 if our task I is assigned to machine j, and it's going to be 0 otherwise. And we want to find out what should be the values of all these xij's that's going to minimize our total setup time, which is this function you're seeing here, subject to the one-to-one assignment constraints. So there are 8 constraints. First 4 constraints are task to machine assignments, and the other 4 are machine to task. And we take this formulation and put it in just like the examples that I showed you before in the small functions as NumPy arrays. And we can take this into Catalyst and call our sample constraint problem. And you see our objective matrix, for example, will have a size of 16 by 16 because we have 16 decision variables. And our constraint matrix will take a size of 8 by 16 because we have 8 constraints, and 16 variables. So we need to add coefficients, even though some variables don't show up in each constraint, we put a coefficient of 0 so that it's a full constraint matrix. And then we have a right-hand side of 1s in all of these constraints. So I'm gonna go out of this screen again and just show you the code where I know there are more efficient ways to code this, but I wanted you to see the size of like how it turns out to get all the zeros, but only the diagonal entries in this objective function are populated and all the other ones are zero, just because we have a linear objective function in this problem example. And we have our constraints set up here, 8 by 16, and we have our right-hand sides of ones. So I'm gonna run our sample constraint problem. Here, the only difference is I'm requesting 3 solutions back so that you can see the different solutions we can get from Catalyst. And there are some penalty multipliers, which I'm not going to get into the details, but that's a very important setting as well, that we need to make sure we get feasible solutions for our problem. So let me just show you how this will go through. And this file is named demo Catalyst run. Okay, so I'm submitting this problem. It's sending it to our prod environment, started. This may take a little more time to run compared to our previous small problem examples. But after it runs, we should be able to see, okay. So we can also, put other print statements around our bit vector solutions, right? So like I like to see what is our objective function value, what is the status of this final solution. Is that a feasible solution? Is that meaning, is that compliant with all the constraints that I specified or not? So when it says true, it's feasible. And that's the solution vector. So it's all a bunch of like zeros and ones, but I forgot to show you, but so this is in the order of variables I specified. So the first 4 is which task, so first task. And then whenever we see a 1 here, it means, for example, first task is assigned to second machine. And then the next 4 are for second task. So we see the 1 in the first value here. It means second task is assigned to second machine and so on. And 13 is the smallest setup time we can get. That's the optimal solution. And you see there is another solution that gives us a 14, which is, again, a feasible, meaning it's a one-to-one assignment. And there's another solution, which is a 17. So it also gives idea to the decision makers. Maybe there are other solutions they may like more because they didn't put some other constraint they had in mind. So it helps them to figure out and see also how robust their solutions are, right? So how quickly the objective function is decreasing. So I think that's ending my talk. Sorry, I think I took a little more time, but I wanted to go back to this because I wanted you to see my email address. So if there are any questions, if you would like to send me or my colleagues here, Joel and Lori, more questions, feel free to shoot me an email.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tokar Erdemir. It was great to have you. Now I would like to introduce Hal Owens, the president of the Quantum Game Club at Purdue. He will be talking about the implications of that.
Yeah, I mean, we've been here for a while. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I don't want to hold you too long, but yeah, my name's Hal. I'm the president of the Purdue Quantum Game Club. We're a club on campus that kind of just got started. It's part of the IQ Park initiative. And we're basically just trying to educate people and like give people access to quantum computers. So what we're doing is this summer, we're going to be giving out some scholarships to fund people to do work over the summer, developing quantum algorithms. And this semester, we're going to be holding events to like educate you guys and sort of motivate those projects. I believe we'll be sending out an email to like have you guys register. So if you're interested in any of this stuff you learned today, respond to that email and register. We'll be holding meetings, probably be having a meeting in a week or two, where we'll be going over some of the stuff you guys learned today and teaching you some other stuff.
I just sent an invitation to everybody, so.
Okay. Awesome.
I think that's the end of our workshop, so we will
just want to say a few more things.
Yeah.
So first of all, thanks for coming. And if you didn't follow some of the conversation we had and some of the on-site things or about the purpose of this workshop, wanting to teach you quantum mechanics one program. The purpose of this code chart was to show you these are the activities we have. This is how we can, this is how easy it is to connect with quantum computers. And we do have a lot of resources. And just want to have a way of introduction. And thank you for coming. If you go to our website, you will see a lot of links. This video will be available on this. Some of the QCI
Sorry. Yeah, I'm switching.
and many other tools requirements. If you go to resources,
Yes.
you can see that there are a lot of resources that we have already online. We do have a YouTube channel that Hal already made a number of videos there. And another student of ours, Ganga, she has made another video on how to program using Qiskit language. And that's again another 1 hour to watch offline and learn about that. So then there's basically you can learn about the qsharp, Qiskit, and also QCI programming. And these are would be useful for different types of problems that you can solve. So as Hal mentioned, we do have this quantum game club activities. Every 2 weeks we will have a meeting. We'll provide pizza, we'll sit around, and together we try to type something, we try to think about it, we try to discuss it, we try to learn together about how to do it. And then once we come up with an idea and a project, a proposal, we can think about that. And maybe we can team up 3 or 4 of you guys and team up, work on a project, on a program, on a game, whatever you want to call it. And we can our connection with the companies QCI, Microsoft, and IonQ will also help us to guide us through these problems. So again, we will provide free access to machines, a lot of educational activities, educational materials that you can have access to. And we also have scholarship, meaning that if you get to learn about some of this programming, be able to do something easy, so to speak, then in the summer, we will be able to give you a scholarship and over $1,000 to $2,000 each. So you can work in teams, try to program at the same time with the classes with this machine. So, and that could be an idea that you have, or idea that your friend has, or idea that will come from our end, or come out of our discussion with the club. Right? We may talk about some today, and some of you might be interested. You can join that team. We can talk something about something else, I don't know, StarCraft or whatever, a game, right? And then you can team up with some other people and try to work on that as a team, and then write a program. And if that is something that may be useful, we can even cut it. If not, we put it somewhere that everyone else will have access. And we can think about how we want to proceed. And it's not just something that we have in this workshop, it's something we're going to continue at least for the next 3 years. And we will provide this continuous access to the machine, continuous educational, basically activity and program. So feel free to contact us, any of us, about anything. And we look forward to see you in the as well. And, just let us know what is it that you are interested in, and we can just do our best to provide that. And this is just a student organization. And I'm a faculty, I'm trying to advise this student organization, but at the same time, we provide a lot of resources and funding to support this activity. This is something very unique, not just at Purdue, but just in the entire United States of the world. It's a very unique opportunity. And I'd like to see you come back and try to use these resources to, first of all, gain some experience, education that will go to your CV, and maybe you might be interested to go and join one of these companies. You heard today, everyone that we heard from, they didn't have background in physics or quantum science. And we all had background in mechanical engineering, computer science, or other things. And there's a lot of things that we can contribute to. It doesn't matter what is the field. So feel free to come and join, and then we can discuss that and find something that will resonate with you, and we can take it a step.
Is there a requirement on expertise?
It's absolutely no requirement. Absolutely no requirement. And the only thing is that as long as you are interested, right, you might have to read few more documents. do a few more things, right? And there are courses that you can take. It doesn't really, for example, as part of the degree, you might take it, but also just the educational material we have is enough. It doesn't really matter what we have. So there's physics, engineering, industrial engineering, electrical engineering, computer science. We should be able to go through the material and learn somewhat about how. And this is the beauty of it, because we want actually a diverse background. So you bring new ideas, something that we as a physicist never thought of, right? And come up with new problems, games, whatever you want to call it. That is the main thing that's coming very interesting. To have people from different backgrounds. We don't want you to know quantum mechanics necessarily, and that might be good for you, because we can bring the fresh problems. So we will send you an email next week, early next week. So we are thinking about Thursday afternoon, 5 to 6 p.m. every 2 weeks. That's something that you want to do. Okay? Yeah. So if we hear from a lot of you that this doesn't work for you, we're happy to move that. Any other questions? So again, as I said, it would be every Thursday, then it would be not this Thursday,
Probably come through the online session.
So it's either would be next Thursday or Thursday after that at 5 to 6 p.m. And that would be, we will tell you about the location. So right now we are thinking about, because we have this student organization, we might have a dedicated room in this building for this organization, so we can meet there regularly, not just during the club meetings, but we can just come and meet them and do that. But maybe for the next week or two, next meeting or two, we will have it either here or in the rain hall somewhere, and then or in March on the Thursday, again 5 to 6 p.m. Every 2 weeks. But then eventually, maybe within 3 or 4 weeks, we will have a dedicated room. We can all meet tomorrow.
I think it's like 80 minutes, right? Sure.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming, and hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, thank you.